Hello guys, welcome back to today's stream. I've prepared the same drawing as yesterday because we need to get through this one. I'm not too thrilled about all the bricks that we're gonna have to do, but hopefully we'll get through it, you know? Hopefully we will get through it. Hopefully you guys can see little Zazu there in the background. He was happy enough to tag along today, so we are very fortunate. Very fortunate. So, if I finish this one today, which is, I suppose, a little bit too much to expect, then I can start the second spread, which will be awesome. Hello Matt, Summary, and Ren. How are you guys doing? How has your day been going? Doing good? That's awesome. That is really awesome. I've been having a really relaxing day with my dad at home. So he's currently working from home because of COVID, and yeah, it's been really relaxing. We had some sausage rolls for lunch, and now I've started streaming, so he's just finishing off work. Getting ready to dive into a game for a few hours. What game? Now you're hungry? Well, I thought you guys don't have sausage rolls over in the States. That's what I've been told anyway, so... How are you, Summary Glows? How's it going? You do, but your family only brings them out at Christmas. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, a couple of people from the States haven't known what sausage rolls were, and some people have told me that they don't have sausage rolls over there, so... That would be an utter nightmare for me, living somewhere that doesn't have sausage rolls. That would just be too much. Way too much. What about meat pies? What do you mean meat pies? We have those. I think Australia's kind of known for meat pies. I think if you had to think of one very Australian food, it would be meat pies. What about you guys? What are your favorite foods that you just couldn't live without? What's one food that you don't want to ever live without? Sushi? You're a big fan of Jamaican meat pies or patties? Oh, okay. Can't say that I've tasted Jamaican ones, but I definitely do love meat pies, so that is good taste. And also, sushi is another big favorite of mine. Funnily enough, I used to think I didn't like sushi for a very long time. And when I met my current boyfriend, he actually introduced me to sushi and told me that I would like it. and I tried it and I loved it, and then I became obsessed with sushi. So for the longest time, I had this misconception that I didn't like it and missed out, you know? So now I kind of gotta make up for it. Just gotta eat as much sushi as I possibly can. You could live forever off sushi, pizza, and smoked salmon. Smoked salmon is so good. I love smoked salmon. That is awesome. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Pizza is another good one. And I love KFC hamburgers as well. You have it every morning for breakfast. Really? KFC doesn't have burgers in America. Really? So you guys have KFC but they don't have any burgers? No, what a disappointment. Their burgers are so good, especially the sauces. KFC has burgers in Canada. Oh, okay. Well, at least there's that. I wonder why they don't have their burgers in the States. That is so strange. Nope, just chicken and chicken sandwiches. Really? They have sandwiches? Ours does not have any sandwiches. That is very odd. You watch a YouTube channel with some Aussies and they are always talking about KFC. Yeah, well, I guess I don't know about most Australians, but I love KFC a lot. It's like, I think if I had to pick what my favorite ever burgers are, it would be from KFC. Because I love chicken. Chicken is great. You like the Beyond Burger from A&W. What's the Beyond Burger? I've never heard of that. Beyond Meat is vegan meat. Oh, okay. So they taste really good? A chicken place you want to really try is in the UK, Nando's. We've got Nando's over here as well. I can't say I've tried it a lot, but actually don't know if I've ever tried it. But yeah, we've got Nando's over here as well. Uh, we do really the same place. We're so lucky. I guess so. I guess, yeah. But I'm sure you guys have things over in the States that we don't have that are really nice. I mean, I'm sure that's the case. You have Outback Steakhouse. Really? Never heard of, never seen that here. I've heard of that, so. Some of my American friends used to talk about that. And, let me just go put Sazi outside because I think he's had enough of being in here. So I will be right back, guys. Was that kawaii goth? You can't see the last word. Yeah, it is. It's, I think it says, Flip's hair, I might be too kawaii goth for you. It was a t-shirt that I got, I think I got it off Doll's Kill. It's kind of where I buy most of my clothes. So cute. Thank you, thank you. Well, you guess you will have to journey to the northern country to try some Nando's. So how come Canada has everything and the States doesn't? What's the reason for that? That is so strange. Canada has a lot of things that the UK has. I see. I wonder why that would be. That's interesting. You bet they have Kinder Surprise eggs. Yes, so do we. Well, you know what, Matt? Australia used to have some of my favorite things, which were Yowies, and they came in these chocolate eggs, but on the inside, they used to have little buildable characters of extinct animals and things, so endangered animals or extinct animals, just like educational documentary like characters. And you used to be able to build them and collect them and everything, and I love that. But they stopped making them, and it was so sad. But then somebody in the US said that, Yowie can't die, they had to make them. And they started recreating them, and since then they started exporting back to Australia, and now we've got Yowies. So thanks to you guys in the States, yeah, we now have Yowies again. Not Kinder Surprise, so this is similar to Kinder Surprise, but it's a Yowie, so they have different things on the inside. I think Kinder Surprise focuses a little bit more on things like Marvel's characters or Star Wars characters or like, movie things, whereas what I liked about Yowie was they focused on, you know, educating kids about endangered animals, and you could build those animals and collect them and things like that. And I was really into that, so. Morning or evening, Vanta. How are you doing? That sounds awesome. Yeah. They also had, so Yowie is kind of an Australian word for, it's like it's a different word. I'm pretty sure it's a different word for the bunyip. But yeah, so it's a mythical character, a mythical Australian animal, but they made little characters out of them. Try and see if I can show you guys what they look like. It's not like an egg, but they're like similar shape, similar size and everything. And I'm just now, you know, utterly obsessed with them because I had this when I was a kid and it went away, and now I'm worried it's gonna go away again. So I really don't want it to leave, so I'm making the most of it while we have them. So I'll see if I can show you guys what they look like. So these are the Yowies. That's what they kind of come with, a little buildable, I guess that's a very endangered tiger. And so this is kind of, they had names, so I don't remember what their names were, but these characters on the outside, that's all of them. So purple and blue and orange and green, and we had all kinds of different ones, and they come with these very endangered animals on the inside. And like the latest ones you can't build, but back in the day when I was a kid, you used to be able to put them together, and some of them come with these little characters. So I think there's 6 of them, and so they were kind of like the mascots of the brand, I suppose. But yeah, they were super fun, super awesome. People used to collect tons and tons of them. It was crazy. I had so many. But yeah, if you lost parts, so like their little legs and beaks and things used to fit in together, and if you lost parts, then, well, you couldn't build the character anymore, so you had to be really, really careful to take care of them and everything. Doing okay. Happy to catch the stream before bed. Oh, well that's good. And yet, Kinder Surprise eggs are illegal in the US. Why are they illegal? What makes them so illegal? Pulp Fiction, cool educational candy. Oh, that's what Kinder Surprise does? Yeah. Yeah, but so this is the, I guess, the more educational version of Kinder Surprise. You know about the Yowie and the bunyip? Oh, well, that's awesome. I really want to draw a bunyip at some point. Really keen to do that. Oh no, the choking hazards? Oh, well, I guess if you're looking at it that way, then the Yowie would be like way more illegal because they used to have these little parts together, but I guess that's why they stopped making them buildable and why nowadays they just come with like a full character. Kind of like the Schleich characters that you can buy from Kmart. Because apparently our youth don't know how to eat the surprise, not to eat the surprise inside. But I think that's silly. That's just parenting, and that's just, I mean, the more careful you're going to be about, you know, all this kind of thing, the more fragile your youth are going to grow up as. Whereas kids in those times would have been like, you know, they would have learned, you know, they got to climb trees and fall off, and they got to know that, well, that hurts, you know. Whereas nowadays we kind of put trampolines everywhere so people can't fall off, and I feel like that just makes people grow up a different way and not in a healthy way. You think it's just the parents not knowing how to watch their child or control them? Yeah, exactly. I think it's partly laziness and just, I don't know. I mean, it worked back in the day, so why change it? Small kids put everything in their mouths. Well, I suppose maybe because maybe they wanted to cater for a far younger audience, like babies. Maybe that's why, but I don't know. It takes away a lot of the fun that 6-year-olds could have building a little character, right? I mean, that was the whole point. It was created for kids that are a little bit older and, wouldn't swallow something. It wasn't made for babies. The US gets a version of Kinder Eggs, but not the ones that are well known in the UK and other places. Okay. Do they have the same name? Hi Silky, how are you? How has your day been? Age limited candy, yeah, 6 years. 6 years should be safe, but a 3-year-old. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think that those are supposed to be for 3-year-olds. I think they're definitely supposed to be for kids who are a little bit older. Um, so, I think the building aspect was really cool because it taught kids to construct something and it made it more interactive. And, instead of just getting to play with the character, you had to figure out how to build it, which was very cool. In the US, they are called Kinder Joy. Oh, okay. It's been good. Love this drawing. Thank you. Thank you. That's a big old piece of chocolate for a 3-year-old. That kid would be wired. Yeah, I mean, it is big for a kid who's that young. Definitely. I mean, I'm pretty sure that they were like, they're fairly big. They're fairly big. Plus, it would just be confusing for a 3-year-old anyway, because it comes with a little shell inside, and then you break open the shell, and then you've got the toy in there. And a 3-year-old just wouldn't kind of grasp that, I think. Well, not very well, at least. But yeah, my mum works at a kindy place as well, and she gets quite frustrated at all the rules they have about the kids. They can't play with this, they can't play with that, they can't climb trees, they can't play in water a certain way, even if it's like so shallow that you can't even get your nose deep into it. All kinds of things. They're so overprotective that the kids can barely breathe. Yeah, it's a bit sad. I mean, it's great that the safety's there, but I don't know. What is the most repetitive thing you guys have ever drawn that you just wished would end? Because I feel like I'm in one of those places right now with these bricks. I really just want to continue on with the rest of the piece, but I need these bricks done, I really do. And it's taking so long, feeling like an endless journey. What I am very happy with about this piece is I do feel like it has a little bit more contrast than the other one I did. Kind of makes me want to go over and just slightly rework the one and amp it up a little bit, give it some contrast. Would be nice. You drew a skull in still life. That took many hours. It was pretty boring. One of the reasons you're not crazy about graphite. Really? Okay. I would have thought that a skull is a pretty interesting thing to draw, and graphite's definitely one of my favorites, but I can very much relate to that story, Rob, because we had to do a gouache color exercise at uni, and so we had to do lots of squares and do them all in gouache, and they had to be either harmonious or contrasting, and I just got sick of gouache by the end of that, so definitely hated that. That was much worse than this, definitely. Sounds like the polishing stage in sculpting rocks. It's like you have to do the same job 5 times in a row. Yeah, exactly. Hi Robin, how are you? Aw, thank you. I'm so glad you like it. Yeah, it's still got a ways to go, but we'll get there. We'll get there. You powered through all the line art of the bricks on your drawing last night. Really? Wow, I'd love to see Rin. I'm so glad I'm not alone in drawing bricks lately. Yeah, you did colour studies at art school too. I bet you hated that as well. Yeah, that's no fun. No fun at all. You did color charts to learn how the colors in your palette interact, and you sort of enjoyed it. Probably took 20 to 30 hours total. Really? I did not enjoy that. I'm so glad that you did though. That is great. Great that you enjoyed one of what I think is one of the most mundane art exercises that ever existed. Do I believe in dinosaurs? Yes, I do. I do believe they existed, if that's what you're asking. We found their bones and everything, so I think it's pretty hard to deny they don't exist, unless you've got some other theory around that, maybe. What is my pet peeve? There's only a single one that I have. I would have thought there's more. That is a hard question. What is my pet peeve? I mean, do crowds count? Crowds of people? That's like probably one of my number one things. I don't know, does that count as a pet peeve? Yeah, you didn't think dinosaurs were up for debate. Me neither. Yeah, exactly. But I do know there are some people who deny the fact that they exist. I haven't really looked into why. Apparently their bones aren't real, like they're fabricated or something. Which I don't think is true. But I mean, you know, you're good. You feel almost back to 100% again. Oh, Robin, that's amazing news. I'm so happy for you. Long journey. I hope that was your last appointment. You really do. Getting my little thing stuck inside here. My blender didn't come out. Were dinosaurs aliens? I don't think dinosaurs were aliens, no. I think there's definitely, in my opinion, a big distinction between aliens and dinosaurs. No, I definitely do not think that they were. I think they were very much real and here, and I think what I do know that we don't know about them, I don't think that we know what their skin looked like for sure. Maybe we do. I haven't, obviously I haven't researched in depth, but to my understanding, we aren't sure if they had scales, we aren't sure if they had feathers, we aren't sure, what their eyes look like and things like that. We think they look like reptiles, but we don't know. Their eyes may have looked entirely different, all kinds of things like that. I don't think that we know those things. The only information we have of them, as far as I know, is their bone structure, and I think potentially we may have found, feather remnants or reasons why we think they had feathers, but how real that is, I don't know. I haven't researched it. All I'm gonna say is I don't think we really know a lot about what they look like, but I'm happy just playing around with, our made up images of them. I think that's pretty good for me. Nope, aliens. Many dinosaurs were bird-like descendants, so they had like bones. Oh really? Like aerated bones? That's interesting. Yeah. I think also the other reason why I don't understand why a lot of people don't believe in dinosaurs is because it was actually very recent, like not very recent, but in the big scheme of things, it was quite recent that they had cited, I think it was I'm not sure if it was pterodactyl, is that the flying one? I'm pretty sure, but yeah, somewhere in South America, they had Indians who still saw those, and had like Indians from all over, like different areas that had no connection with each other. They saw those, the Spanish people saw those, so people from lots of different places wrote the same descriptions of this bird-like flying creature that had a massive wingspan, and all the accounts were very similar to the pterodactyl. So, why would that happen? That's a very big coincidence. It could all be a hoax. Maybe giant bats. True, yeah, it could be. We don't know. But they all mentioned the description of it being enormous and having like a very pointy beak and everything. So, yeah, I don't know. I just think that, you know, there's a lot of accounts like that where people have actually seen those. And I mean, the Indians were around in South America not that long ago, you know, so clearly something must add up somehow. And you know, we are still discovering so many creatures underground that we never knew about, you know. At the bottom of the ocean, we're still discovering new animals that we didn't even know existed. Because the Earth is a pretty big place and some areas are really, really remote. And if you have a very small pool of animals that are almost virtually extinct, how are you going to know that they exist, you know? It's similar to, I mean, in Australia, we've got the bilbies at the moment, and I think we've only got about, as far as I know, 300 left, which is incredibly sad, and that's all due to foxes being imported into Australia to combat rabbit populations. And the silly people who did that didn't think of all the native animals over here that aren't equipped to survive against foxes. You know, rabbits breed very, very rapidly, but most of the Australian mammals don't breed as quickly, and so they can't keep up. They just die out, and now we have so many Australian animals that are just simply going extinct. But if we hadn't known about the bilby, you know, how would we currently know that they exist? There would be this very, very small location in Earth where there are bilbies. And so you could ask anybody, do they believe in bilbies? And they would tell you no. But there's this small area that actually does have bilbies. It's just so impossible for somebody to stumble across it. So I don't think that it's impossible, you know, for some animals that we think are extinct to still be around. Definitely not dinosaurs, I don't think. But, you know, maybe some of the less recently ones that went extinct. Maybe they're still around, hopefully. Yeah, more sea than land. Exactly. And we don't have easy access to the ocean either. So for us, there could be anything down there, you know? Anything. Yeah, Ozzy did some classic mistakes. Cane toads. Exactly. Yeah, the cane toads are a huge problem. Yeah, that is not good. Little Bilby. Yeah, they're so cute, Helena. They are so cute. Let me have. I think there's this site. I was actually really wanting to see if. Hang on, wrong link. Yeah, I think it's called SaveTheBilbyFund.com. And they've got like a really intense group of people who are just like hand rearing bilbies and everything. So it's a very small area that they have where they still keep, you know, they try and give them a new home, so to speak. Sorry, I was just trying to load up the web page. So yeah, this is their site, Save the Bilby Fund, and they're so cute. They post lots of videos and everything of like how they rehabilitate them and set them back to the wild and everything. It's so sad because they're super soft and super cute. It would be tragic if they, you know, no longer existed, but really cute. But yeah, these groups of people are really good. They do a lot of good work, and yeah, I've been really wanting to just, I don't know, they have things where you can sponsor an animal. I think it's at the WFF. I'm pretty sure. And if you sponsor an animal, you get this plush toy of that animal, and it's pretty cool. But I don't know if they've got the bilbies on there, so maybe you just gotta directly give to this place. They are endangered. Yeah, they're really endangered. I don't know how many are left. Last time I saw something about it, there weren't a lot of them around, so hopefully that's improved. So, you know. You wanted to do that for the koalas to get the plush koala. Same, Robin. I thought that that was such a great idea. You know, you've got this plush toy to cuddle and remind you that you've saved one of them, you know, or at least some of them. And I think that's special, especially after the bushfire stuff happened. Yeah, animals were really hit hard, and that was so sad. But luckily, that wasn't anywhere near the bilbies. So, you know, they were kind of safe, I presume. But yeah, we've got a similar problem with, I think the bilbies are definitely one of the most endangered. Platypuses are also becoming more endangered now because riverbeds no longer have the same amount of water in them. And so the platypuses can't, you know, they can't survive. There's not enough food, there's not enough water for them. And because we're draining so much water out of our rivers for ourselves, especially downstream, yeah, we're removing a lot of their natural habitat, which is extremely sad. So hopefully they'll be okay. They're not extremely endangered yet, but there are movements to get them pushed to a higher tier of protection. So hopefully that will go through. That would be amazing. But yeah, we've got a similar problem with Tassie tigers. Apparently our Tasmanian tigers get these this certain type of cancer, but this cancer is it's contagious. It's a very weird kind of cancer. I don't know what it's called exactly, but it was rapidly just destroying natural populations in the wild. And yeah, it wasn't going well. They tried to develop a cure for it, but they couldn't. And because it was so contagious, literally all of them got it, and they would just die. Like, they would get this horrible disease of cancer in their faces, and they would just die. But more recently, they started studying a certain group that they noticed were immune to this cancer, and they started breeding those, and then they started releasing more of that population out into the wild. So now we are starting to get a certain population of the Tassie tigers. Sorry, not Tassie tigers, Tasmanian devils. Sorry, did I say Tassie tigers? My apologies, those are definitely extinct. I meant the Tassie devils. So they are obviously now being released, and more of them are now immune. Small populations really hits the gene pool hard. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it does. Chocolate bilbies for Easter. Yeah, we have those from time to time. They're really cute. They really are so cute. So yeah, you can adopt a bilby, but I don't think. Oh, and you get a free plush toy with your donation. Apparently from Taronga Zoo. Oh, so the link's gone. But yeah, that link you just shared apparently said that you can adopt a bilby and you do get a plush toy. So worth looking into. Worth looking into. You're going to Tassie in June. You'd look for the Tassie tiger. Yes, definitely do, Robin. Apparently I think that they exist. Apparently I do. Thank you for sharing those beautiful thoughts. No worries, no worries. No, I'm always just I think it's something hard, you know, you don't want to feel overwhelmed at how many animals are suffering and going extinct and all that kind of thing, because once you start thinking about it too much, it just feels like you can't do anything to help, you know, it's too much. But if you're going to keep that attitude, and we're all going to keep that attitude, nothing's going to really come out of it, and all we're going to see is all these extinct species that our kids are never going to get to see, and we won't get to see ever again for the rest of our lives, you know? So I think it's just good to be mindful and not let it get too bad, you know? Just keep an open mind and just remember to take care of them. But yeah, another thing that I really would like to give to is the parrot species that are being really hit hard. You know, the what is it? I don't know if it's the Mexican government or Brazilian government. I'm not sure, but one of those, there's, you know, they're not being very mindful of deforestation, and they are cutting into a lot of the forests over there, and a lot of those parrot species are incredibly fragile and endangered as well. So that is really sad. They also don't do a whole lot to combat poachers, and I think that's part of the reason why those species of parrots are so cheap in the US, because it's a lot harder to import those birds into Australia, you know, because we've got such good border control, whereas in the States, you know, because it's the mainlands are connected, they don't have really good border control, and so a lot of those parrots find their way into the US, and they still get sold, and yeah, that's really sad. Yeah, I might have to be careful with eggs. Yeah, I might. I mean, he's not doing very well, is he? He's not. Yeah, we have foxes in our area, and we also used to have a lot more possums over here. But ever since the foxes moved into our neighborhood, the possums have slowly been disappearing very quickly. And I didn't think that a fox could easily catch a possum because, well, possums live all up in the trees, you know, they don't really come down very often. They've got no need to, so, but if a fox were to chase them, they could simply look at it from up the top and not come down, but somehow they're either stupid enough, or the foxes must be able to find a way to them to coax them down, I don't know. But yeah, possums have slowly been disappearing, and yeah, it's incredible. I mean, we had a ton of possums and I barely hear them anymore, so yeah. They are incredible predators, that's for sure. All you see is a Cadbury egg. You don't know why. Really? You see a Cadbury egg? Maybe you've got chocolate on your mind. Now I know why. Now you know why all the king's men couldn't put Humpty back together again. Why is that? Hello, Elasti. Welcome back. How are you doing? What has your day been like? An egg is useless when shattered. Well, I suppose so, but you know, there are ways, if you are smart about it, to put eggs back together again, as you will see when we finish the story. So, Humpty will be okay, don't worry. Just hang on a second, guys. The postman just... Sorry about that, guys. I just had to get the postman back. For some reason the lag seems crazy right now. Let me check that out quickly. Seems to be a little bit better again. So yeah, the postman just came because I needed some more storage for my hard drive, and luckily that's come, so I got my work cut out after the stream to try and set everything up. You can send us some possums from New Zealand as they are an Aussie import. Really? You guys have too many of them over there? You think Humpty was hiding from the king's chef? Ooh, that sounds like a very plausible story, actually, yeah. You're doing art also. What are you working on, Summery Glows? Do feel free to share if you like. I'd love to see your work. How big's the drive? I think it's 8 terabytes, I'm pretty sure. Because I've got another one and I want to sync the two to back them up, so yeah, it's a pretty big one. I need a lot of storage because my illustrations and client files take up so much space. It is insane. And you gotta keep everything backed up, especially when you're working for clients. Bedtime for you. Thank you for the awesome art of the stream and the company. No worries, Fanta. Thank you so much for stopping by. Possums are a pest here. No predators, and they like the native bush. Really? Wow. Don't you guys have foxes? Because I know a lot of your native species are also very endangered. And I thought that was because of the foxes. Well, that's crazy. How did possums end up in New Zealand? Do you guys just originally have them, or are they definitely an Aussie import? Yeah, backups are important. Exactly, yeah. And unfortunately, I need such large storage drives because of, you know, images and videos and everything just taking up such an insane amount of space, so... Oh, Jason! Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? What have you been working on? Do share. That's a gorgeous drawing. Thank you, proud nerd girl. Really appreciate that. Let me see if I can go and check out what Jason was doing. See if I can check that out. Were you doing the Baby Yoda piece again? I'm guessing. Oh, that's unfortunate. We can't see anything. No past broadcasts. That's so strange. How come we can't see past broadcasts? Oh, there we go. There we go. Just had to click a different link. Oh, I've got your stream. Nice. I have got just the right area. Perfect. Let me show everybody, guys. This is Jason's Twitch account. If you guys could give him a little follow, that would be amazing. I'll show you guys what work he does. Let me quickly share that with you. So this is what Jason was working on his latest stream, guys. Isn't this amazing? It's a Baby Yoda piece and it's all done in Copics. That is absolutely stunning. Unbelievable, just unbelievable. Wow. Really, really incredible work. How do you plan all the layers so carefully so that you know which ones are going to be which gradient? That is crazy. You definitely have a ton of skill when it comes to Copics, I can tell. That is so good. Wow, thank you so much, Jason. Thanks for sharing that with us. I really, really do appreciate that. That's a gorgeous drawing. Oh, thank you. So he was working on the Baby Yoda. It's looking good. It definitely is, isn't it? It is. Rats and stoats, Aussie imports, wallabies and possums for hunting, along with rabbits and deer from the UK. Oh really? You guys didn't have deer either? That is so strange. I never knew that. I wonder if deer are native to Australia then? Probably not. I guess not. Doing good. How about you? Yeah, I'm alright. I'm doing pretty good. Definitely having a fun time talking to all you guys about art and animals today, so it's been super special. For some reason I can't open this Twitter link that you shared, Jason, so I'm gonna try and copy and paste that because that's very strange. There we go. Guys, have a look at this beautiful piece of Baby Yoda. Isn't it incredible, guys? Isn't this amazing work? It is Grogu, yeah, it is Grogu. You had to reload your page, you have a major delay. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't know, it just wouldn't let me open up your Twitter feed. But that is so stunning. I mean, look at all the details here. It's unbelievable, beautiful, guys. That is awesome work. Awesome, awesome work. Wow. So honored that you decided to raid us today. Thank you so much. How long have you been streaming for? Was it 3.5 hours from what I saw? Hi Sergey Suna, how are you doing? You're not happy with the background. Oh really? Why is that? What kind of paper is it? Are you talking to me or Jason? About 3 hours. Oh wow, yeah, that is quite an intense amount of time, right? Yeah, that's crazy. Jason is pretty detailed. He really is, yeah, you can tell the amount of detail he's packed into that piece. It is definitely crazy good. I've definitely not done anything that elaborate in just Copics. I normally join my Copics with my pencils. I never just do Copics. Never have before, so. Lately, I really prefer just doing it in watercolors. So I transfer my initial sketch over and I do the rest of the painting in watercolor. That's how I prefer to add my colors. But there was a point where I was really into Copics, and I still love my Copics. Still definitely love them. We're definitely getting close, guys. The bricks are slowly getting done. I'm very happy to see the end in sight. Definitely very happy. If you meant your Baby Yoda, it's on Strathmore Drawing. You think 400 series. That is some really, really good paper. Yeah. You always feel weird calling it Strathmore Drawing, but that is the actual name. Why do you feel weird about that? You wish you could be artistic, but all you can draw is a stick man. It's so beautiful. Well, some of the most amazing illustrators can only draw stick figures, like Happiness and Cyanide. Or is it Cyanide and Happiness? I can never get it right. I can never get it right. But those are some of the most basic illustrations, but they work. They're very famous artists, and you know, that's all they can do. All they can do. You love Cyanide and Happiness? Same, yeah, I love them too. The contrast on the bricks really works well. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to push it out a little bit. Hopefully that will make Humpty stand out. Obviously it's going to be coloured as well, so I'm going to have, you know, whatever colour I splash on there will help improve the contrast even more. You met two of the guys behind the comics at a con once. Really? How lucky are you? What con was that? Like which area? I wonder where they're from, Cyanide and Happiness. Like, are they British? Are they American? Or are they from some other country? Never really looked into it. They're so elusive. Like, you always see their stuff everywhere, but you don't know a whole lot about the artists themselves. How am I coloring it? Jason, I haven't really decided yet. Like, part of me feels like I want to do it traditionally because I've really just been enjoying the traditional process a lot more. But because I'm doing this for a client project, well, not for a client, but you know, as a representation of future work that I'm going to do, it needs to be under a certain budget, and because of that I need to keep the time frame under a certain amount. And if I'm painting this and coloring this traditionally, it is probably going to double the amount of time that I spend on it, in which case it's going to double the price of it as well. So it's really just a question of do I think I can be quicker? Probably not. Probably not. But you know, I do want to do a fully traditional one, so if this is not going to be it, for sure I will do another that is done in pure watercolor in the future. So you think it was Orlando? One guy had a British-ish accent and one had an American accent. Ah, okay. Is one of them the artist and the other one does the humor, or how does it work? It was, you think, MegaCon back in 2017 or 2018. Oh, that's fairly recent. You jumped the gun on the coloring question? Wait, someone else asked it. You have to set up in 5 to 6 hours. So heading off to bed. Always love my drawings. Amazing, just beautiful, Humpty Dumpty. Oh, proud nerd girl, thank you so much. I am so happy that you like it. Really, really appreciate that. You're still here, by the way. Sorry, you're being quiet. No worries, Ren, no worries. Are you still working on your bricks? Oh, proud nerd girl, thank you so much. Really appreciate you stopping by today. You mean you asked about colouring before I have decided? Oh, I see. Well, like, I'll show you what I was doing previously. Because I don't think I could try to see if I have it exported. No, I don't have it exported. The only way I can show you guys is on my iPad, and it's going to be glary because of all the light, so I'm incredibly sorry, but this is as far as I've gone. So if I up the brightness, that could work a little bit better. So this is how Humpty is going to be coloured. Oh dear, that is really not helping. Maybe this will be a little bit better. No, that is a lot worse. Well, yeah, unfortunately it's not the easiest to show you guys because of all this glare on the iPad. But yeah, this is essentially how I've started colouring some of the pages. But I mean, it's not decided yet. This was a very quick colour, so because it's so quick, you know, I can obviously charge a lot less for the whole project, which is very helpful when you're working with clients. But I just really love the effect that you get from traditional watercolour, so, you know, but the whole thing's going to have this colour scheme where it's sort of pink and light pastel-y blues, pastel-y reds, all pastel-y colours, so yeah. Right, you are so happy that I believe in dinosaurs. Oh, really? Well, I'm definitely happy that I believe in them too, for sure. Hello, Khan. How are you doing? I am good. Haven't been feeling super fine this week, but you know, we're pushing through things, so things are going okay. Right now, you are making a new Discord server, so you've been setting up the bots and stuff. You will be drawing in a little bit, as in streaming, Red? Really? That would be awesome. Am I thinking about digital colors? Yeah, so obviously the idea is if I do it digitally, it is far less time consuming, and I can obviously get you know, a lot more done. So that is the main reason why I would do it digitally. I also can get a nice smooth fade, which is another bonus reason. But coloured pencils can do the same thing if you blend them very gently. So, you know, it's all just a matter of time, I guess, at the end of the day. It depends, well, how time consuming do I want this to be. How would I describe my art style? That is actually interesting. I actually asked people, just stabbed myself with a freaking pencil. I actually asked people on my Instagram account some questions about that some time ago, about how they would describe my art, because I was very curious whether or not, you know, everybody else saw my art in the same way that I did. And surprisingly, everybody was spot on. It was exactly the way that I envisioned my own art. And the way that I asked them is, what would my art taste like? So I'll show you guys what everybody said. So I shared it on my website eventually, but yeah, originally it was an Instagram post, and the question was, what would my art taste like? And so this is what some of the people said. So some said fairy floss, cotton candy, lemon sherbet but with a tinge of chloroform, jelly beans, sour bubblegum, cotton candy, definitely a slice of frosted cake apparently, Superman ice cream. I kind of like that. It's a rainbow sherbet. I do like the idea of sherbet. I think that's awesome. Unicorn blood, another good one. Lemon drops, sweet with a kick. That's interesting. Bubblegum all day. I do love bubblegum. I went through like an entire bubblegum phase actually, where my teachers actually told me that I was drawing too much bubblegum in all my drawings, and by the end of the day my portfolio was just going to be full of characters chewing gum. So I needed to stop. I needed to put an end to it. Apparently cotton candy, nutty, which I guess it's referring to the crazy side of it. Bubblegum, anything sweet really, but maybe something when you get to the middle, you have a sour taste. I think this is very descriptive of how I kind of see it, because it's kind of, I guess my art has a very bittersweet tone to it, you know, like there's always an underlying concept that I have behind it. Deliciously creepy in a nice way. Bubblegum flavoured fairy floss but with a hint of sour grape. Lollipops. Smells like Japanese bubblegum but upon chewing explodes into tangy toadstool and spicy gingery jackfruit. That is interesting. Semi-sweet root beer with gentle herbal undertones of fennel, red clover, sage and meadowsweet. Some say lozenge, Skittles, lovely colours and different tastes. Lemon pie, so we've got more lemon. Pop rocks because it's full of spark, and bubblegum and cloves. So we have like a lot of different interesting views, but yeah, I guess you could say at the end of the day most people thought that it's sweet and bittersweet, like a soury taste as well. Do I have an artwork over my left shoulder? Are you meaning this one? Is this the artwork you're referring to? So this is one of the previous spreads that we did of Humpty for a different page. So it's part of the same story. Not sure if that's the one you're referring to. I do have an oil painting behind me as well, so I'm not sure if you saw that one somehow. You can't stream in the apartment you're in right now. Hopefully you'll get back into it when you move in about a month. Well, that would be great. That would be awesome, Rin. I'd love to come to your stream. Today you were tossing between drawing and starting a mantis piece. That would be so cool. Were you really inspired by, who was the artist that we rated yesterday? I forgot. Man, I completely forgot. Yeah, she did an amazing mantis piece. She was so good. You have a friend who has lexical gustatory synesthesia, so she can taste words. You should ask her if she can taste my art. That would be awesome, Rin. Yeah, do ask her if you can. You think it's tastes like a savory cake. Oh, like blackberry cake with a layer that is dark chocolate. That sounds awesome, Calm. Yeah. Your description, too creepy to be cute, too cute to be creepy. Not sure that's sufficient. I think that's totally sufficient. Yeah. Totally, totally sufficient. Although that's not. That is a good description about my art, but not what it tastes like. We rated Visual Jamie yesterday. Yeah, so I was referring to her. Thanks, Rin. Thank you so much. So yeah, Rin did this sorry, not Rin. Visual Jamie did this amazing Mantis piece the last time I watched her stream. Well, the second last time I watched her stream. And yeah, it was so detailed and so incredible. Yeah, you follow that man as artist. That's great, Jason. Unfortunately, she doesn't stream very regularly, but when she does, it is worth it. You just naturally are into mantid and giraffes and weird creatures. Well, that's awesome, Khan. Yeah. Imagine if like people told you about a giraffe and you'd never seen one before. Would you believe that they exist? I don't think anyone would believe they exist. I think you would just think the other person was joking or dreaming or whatever thing. Because they are pretty incredibly different than any other creature you see. She was doing this blending. Yeah, she definitely does blend a whole lot, doesn't she? You can remember her name? That's alright. So it was Visual Jamie, yeah. Who inspires me? That's a good question, Summary. A lot of different artists actually inspire me. Top of that list is probably Mark Ryden, Thomas Ascot, and Mav Graves. I think those are probably the top three that I really look to. I do have just a lot of other artists that inspire me in different ways. Brett Manning art is very inspiring just because of the way that she like picks up a new creative project and puts it into something and executes it. I think she's amazing at how she does that. And she works really, really hard and she has a lot of animals and I love that about her. She's just got such an incredible personality. It's crazy. You can't not follow Brett Manning art. You have to follow her work. You just have to. I'm using your own words against you. How's that? How exactly is that, Khan? Humpty Dumpty is having a bad day. Yeah, I guess you could say that. I guess you could. What happened to him? Well, he fell off a wall, as you know, as the story goes. But so he got scared by Mr. Spider over here. He got freaked out. Mr. Spider was just trying to say hello, but unfortunately Humpty didn't have it, and yeah, he got scared, fell off the wall, and now we're here. So if he was a bit braver and didn't assume such bad things, then, you know, maybe he would be okay still, but... Love the art. Here's a cheeky follow. Aw, Shredder, thank you so much. Really appreciate you popping by and saying hello. Whereabouts are you from? Brizzy, Australia. Wow, that's awesome. I used to live there. Now live in Adelaide, but used to live in Brizzy. Still love it. Always be my hometown. Always will be. What's the painting over the other shoulder? Oh, we're talking about the painting. I'll show you in a sec. My art style reminds you of Little Nightmare. Oh, that's a compliment. I love Little Nightmare. You said the exact same thing when you were talking about giraffes, that people wouldn't likely believe they exist if you describe them versus a horse with a horn. Yes, come look at this camel-like 20-foot leopard printed mammal with a really long neck and tongue. Some of them even have horns with skin around it. Yeah, I was wondering like who it was that brought that up on stream, because I know we had that conversation a while back. But yeah, let me show you guys the I'll show you the other painting that I've been working on. So this is the oil painting that I've been working on recently. So this is a piece that I've done for my mum. Still not done. I still have like a couple of things, you know, gotta clean up the sky. You know, you can see a little bit of patchiness in some areas here and here. So I need to just spread that out a little bit better. And yeah, some of the birds need a couple of changes, little things like that. I'm not quite done with her legs, but yeah, it's gonna get there. Eventually we will get there. And yeah, I'm expecting, I think mid this year we'll probably finish this one. My doll-like inspired work gives you American McGee's Alice vibes. Oh really? Well, I'm glad. I do love Alice. Alice is amazing. But yeah, there's a lot of hours that have been put into this one. So hopefully I'll finish it soon, because I'm really, really excited to see it on my mum's wall. That would be a dream come true. You think this was what I was working on when you first found my stream? Love the composition of it. Composition isn't your best. Well, thank you, Khan. I'm glad that was my discovery piece to you, because it's one of my favorite pieces for sure. How many hours did I put into that puppy? Probably well over 50 hours, I'm pretty sure. I did time it, but obviously because I'm streaming, you know, that does make things go a little bit slower because I'm talking to you guys. But even at that, I guess if you halve it, that would probably be more accurate. But yeah, I'm gonna guess. I'll tell you guys at the end of it how long that took, but I'm guessing well over 50 hours. I have a lot of patience. I guess so. It's strange because I don't consider patience one of my strong suits in real life. Like in day-to-day life, I don't feel like I'm a patient person at all. But when it comes to my art, I do think that I'm fairly patient. So what is the girl doing in the painting? So she's feeding the birds. She's feeding those guinea fowl, and so that piece is sort of based on my mum's childhood, where she lived on a farm, and her favourite kind of birds were guinea fowl. So I decided to paint her as you know, on her own farm, and she's feeding those guinea fowl. So my mum has a lot of collected guinea fowl memorabilia in our dining room. And yeah, I think once I finish that painting, it'll fit nicely in there. She's got placemats and curtains and feathers and just all kinds of guinea fowl kind of collected things, so. Do you guys think you have similar animals that you are very obsessed about or into? Because I for sure definitely am. I collect so many different parrot feathers, and over the years I've got crazy ones. You know, I've got all kinds of different parrot feathers. Oh my goodness, Sarah, thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate that. How are you doing today? Hi Daruki, how are you? Thank you for the follow, Afro. Really appreciate that. You love Humpty Dumpty? Well, that's great, because we have been working on this one all week, so if you love Humpty, you're definitely in for a treat, because that's what we'll be doing. Thank you for the follow, Dead Speaks. Hi Sketch, hello, how are you doing? Glad to see you here. Let me do a shout out for Sarah, because I don't have any mods on at the moment. There we go. If you guys could please follow Sarah. She is an amazing artist. Her work is so good. You will definitely love her stuff. Did we just get a second raid? Wait, I did not even see the second raid. Oh my goodness. Hello Katie, welcome and thank you so much. Let me do a shout out, guys, because Katie is also another amazing traditional artist. You guys have got to follow Katie and Sarah. They are so amazing. Oh, Katie raided you, but you are leaving, so passing on the raids. Well, if you guys could please check out both Sarah and Katie as well. They are amazing traditional artists. They do incredible work. I was actually just on Katie's stream a couple hours ago, and she was working on this very good painting that had so much depth to it. It was a bathroom, but the perspective on it was so convincing. It was amazing. Let us go have a look at what Sarah was working on, because I haven't seen her stream yet. And then hopefully I can show you guys as well. Is it still the same painting of your frog? Were you still doing the frog? That is a nice use of grey in the painting. Those soft grasses are nice as well. Good to take your time with. Well, thank you. I'm really glad you like it. You're very welcome, Katie. I'm glad you like my drawing. You're such an amazing artist. It's an honor having you here, and you too, Sarah. Let us go check out Sarah's latest painting. Oh my goodness, guys, have a look. Let me share that with you guys. She was doing more of her clouds, guys. Look how stunning this is. Look at all this detail. That is so beautiful. So beautiful. This is literally out of this world. I mean, look at the glow everywhere. And the colors are so fresh and beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Wow. And if you guys want to see, this is try and go back. I'll show you guys her little froggy as well. So this is the little froggy that Sarah was working on her previous stream. It is super cute and small, and by the end of it she started adding in little details as well. It is so cool. You even got palette view, guys. Even got palette view. That is so awesome. I love palette view. That is the best. That is totally the best. Thank you so much again, Sarah, for that amazing raid. And you too, Katie, you too. Both of you are just amazing, amazing artists and beautiful people. You're painting over a great portrait at the moment, so it feels like you are starting a portrait all over again. Oh, really? What kind of portrait? Well, for those of you who are new here, welcome. I'm so glad that you've stopped by via the raids. My name is Neka and I am a pop surrealist artist. So I tend to do a little bit of oils, a little bit of watercolor, and today we are doing some graphite illustration for my storybook. So last time on my previous stream, we've been working on the full page spread. So this is the right side and we're going to have some text on the right side over here. And this is the left side. So it's an entire page where we've got the whole book trying to come together. Humpty got a bit of a fright from this spider over here and he's since fallen off the wall. So that's how we ended up at today's painting, where we've got Humpty broken into half. And the idea that I came up with, so I prepared a ton of different thumbnails for the whole book, and the thumbnail that I preferred at the end of it was this one, where Humpty would be split across two different pages. So when you open the book, like so, it's almost as if you are the one that's breaking Humpty into two. And that's what I wanted. So yeah, I'm really, really happy how it turned out. I also spent some time just doing some character designs for Humpty, where he's got a couple of different expressions. You can see him falling, different poses. So yeah, worked out the character. And today we are finishing up the right side of the third page. So just trying to do all the bricks. If I'm done with the bricks today, I will be happy. I will be very happy. The toilet is so good. You just had a quick look. Yeah, Katie's toilet is coming along so well. That is an amazing painting. So, so beautiful. That amount of depth and just the kind of style she's doing it in is really incredible. It is so beautiful. Humpty is looking great. Heaps done since you last saw it. Well, I'm glad you think that, Sarah. I'm glad you think that. You are in a bit of a rush, so you better get going. You have a great stream. See ya. No worries, Sarah. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I hope it goes well. Humpty looks so offended. Oh, thank you, Afro. Really appreciate that. Thanks again for the follow. You love the process. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that it gives a little bit of background information and hopefully some insight to how I started this whole thing. You must leave now. Thanks for answering your questions. That's okay. That's totally fine. I'm glad that you stopped by and I'm glad that we both found some common ground and we both believe in dinosaurs. That is awesome. I've kind of been missing Zazu in the studio lately. Normally, so for those of you who are new, Zazu is my pet parrot. He's an Alexandrine parrot. I think you guys might be able to hear him talking in the background. But yeah, lately he just hasn't wanted to be part of the studio experience. and I kind of miss him inside. He's just wanting. I think there were too many really hot days lately, and he just had enough. He just totally had enough. Am I British? No, I'm Australian. You're gonna lurk for a bit. You gotta clean up. Ran out of time. That's alright. That's okay, Sketch. Glad that you've gotten everything a little bit cleaner though. I know that's one of your latest goals. Hopefully we can all support you in that. So whereabouts are you from, Old Sancho? Hope I have a wonderful stream. You need food. Bye guys, love you all. We love you too, Katie, and I hope you have an awesome rest of your evening. You always get a little bit confused with those accents. No worries, that's alright, Old Sancho. I do get that quite a lot. I think it's just because, yeah, as you said, they do have similarities. So. You're very, very welcome, Katie. Hope you have a lovely day. I'm very, very curious at this point to see how many hours have gone into this whole sketch so far. You can probably calculate it after the stream and figure out. So far we've only been going for almost 2 hours, so not very long today. I don't know, for some reason today doesn't feel like the time is passing. I mean, it's almost 4:13. That is so strange. Just doesn't feel like time is moving. Guess that's a good thing. Time usually moves way too quickly. You don't want time to just keep running away from you. It's one of those elusive things. It's funny how, as a kid, time feels like it's never ending, and I don't know, like, it can't go by quick enough, especially when you look forward to something, you know? If you're excited about something as a kid, it just feels like it never happens. Never arrives. But once you get older, it's almost like time just keeps running away from you, and I don't know, as a kid, hours felt like years, and now years feel like minutes. It's just crazy. Maybe I'm in the twilight zone, and for everyone 60 minutes that passes in Australia, only 1 hour passes in the US. Maybe. Well, does that mean we don't, we still can live just as long and do the same amount of things, or how does that work? Because if that's the case, then we can be more productive, you know? But if we're actually aging quicker and we're actually, you know, if we've got limited time, then maybe that's not such a good thing. Maybe not. Actually, if I believe NASA time, if I believe NASA, time is moving faster now. Really? Did NASA say that? Why did NASA say that? I've never heard of that before. I don't know if I think that's true. That seems crazy, but you know, there was a point in time where people didn't even believe that we could fly. So maybe such a thing could be true. Who knows? Thank you for the follow, maybe the green, and also to you too, Jaffa and Dead Speaks. I didn't see you guys following. Thank you very much. Hopefully we get to see you guys around next time. Well, it's just a little bit, not like you would notice it. Really? So we're losing seconds, or are we losing milliseconds? Beautiful button as usual? No? What exactly do you mean? Your theory is that everything moves so fast now that time just felt faster. I guess so. That's true. It feels faster, but yeah, I don't know if it's actually going faster. So try to keep an open mind. Try to keep an open mind about what exactly? I'm curious now. Thank you for the follow, 40 lives. Really appreciate that. Please feel free to introduce yourself. And to all of you guys who are new, if you'd like to share your art with us, you're very welcome to. About that cute things you're supposed to destroy. What exactly? I am very confused. What cute things? So many new friends in here. Exactly, Rin, exactly. We are so lucky. So lucky today. Yeah, feel free guys if you'd like to introduce yourselves or tell us about your art. I'm very keen to see your work. You really like the broken egg. Oh, thank you. I'm really glad you do. It's been a long project, this one. It definitely has. But we are slowly picking away at everything, so yeah, making good progress. You too, a long night, you're done? Well, that's okay. I hope you have a good rest and saw it. Really appreciate that. You've been trying mindfulness and meditation, and time gets slow and things seem better. Exactly, yeah. And ever since I stopped doing my previous job, which was working in graphic design, and I've just changed my lifestyle, I think time has seemed to slow down a whole lot, and I'm a lot happier. You know, I think we live in very fast-paced environments nowadays where everything goes by so quick. It's very true. Feeling like a broken egg with all the egg stuff coming out is totally pandemic mood. It's so true, isn't it? It's really true. Well, don't worry, Humpty will be put back together again, hopefully, as we all will be as well. You're taking off now, Lady Naka. Good to see me as always. I'm always such a fun person to talk to, and you hope I enjoy the rest of your day, my day. I will, Khan, I will. Thank you so much for stopping by today again. I hope work tomorrow treats you well. I hope you have a lot of good jokes with your boss again, and hopefully better experience with your clients. You think you have to die from time to feel alive? You need to feel broken to feel yourself whole again. That is true, yeah. I think when you feel broken, it's true. It does allow you to, when you do then again feel happy, you can compare how much happier you are. And I think that's very true of our human existence. I think we struggle to understand just pure happiness. We need something to compare with. And I think that's crazy, you know. We can't just understand happiness on its own. We need to always compare it with sadness and relate it to understand, for us, happiness is the absence of sadness. So interesting. Broken eggs are always bad anyway. Think of a lovely omelette. Aren't always bad anyway. Think of a lovely omelette or a nice bacon and egg meal. That is true, Sketch. Yeah, you can look on the bright side of things and realize that. What about the baby? Well, they don't always have babies in them. Sometimes they're just an egg. Sometimes they aren't actually chicks inside. Can't make an omelette without breaking a few something something. Yep, we know. Exactly, eggs aren't always fertilized, so you're not always killing a baby bird or something, or whatever else is in the egg. Sometimes it's just an egg. It's never going to be more than just an egg, so if you don't eat it, you're kind of making it go to waste. That's a nice story about you changing career path. You also changed yours and you feel way better. Well, that's great, old Sancho. Yeah, I think it's great that people try to find something that makes them happier in life. I think, maybe something that made you happy at one point isn't necessarily where you want to be forever. And I did really enjoy parts of my graphic design career, and I still do work for some of my clients in graphic design, but it was just becoming way too stressful as a day-to-day job. And I was working a super long hours, and I was struggling to find any time for art at all. So I had to make a really intense decision last year to to move away from that and to take the plunge into pursuing my art more full time. So I've gotten into a couple of publishing agencies which were happy to work with me, and I'm really lucky. I'm really looking forward to that. So hopefully soon, later this year, they may have some clients that they can pair with me, and then we can start working on some children's illustrations, which I am super excited about. So that's been a bonus, and I've just been able to grow my art a lot better. So this book is as well is one of my goals to finish, so that I can send it through to some larger publishing agencies as well. So the idea is it's sort of an example of what my work would look like as finished publication. So I'm going to have to finish all the spreads, color all the spreads, and then I'm going to have to design the whole book, get the book printed. So yeah, it's a long journey, but I am very excited about it. I've never had as much time to actually put into a project that's this large and this time consuming before. So yeah, being able to do it is such an honor, and just so special. I'm so glad that I have that amount of time to spend on it at the moment. So what career did you switch out from, old Sancho, and what are you going into? That's a joke. Someone offered you tongue to eat. They declined. You wouldn't eat something out of a cow's mouth. Please give you an egg. I've eaten cow tongue before, Sketch. It's delicious. You should try it. Another good symbolism of broken things is to think breaking bad habits, which leads to a new and fresh beginnings. Exactly, yeah. I mean, it's same as I never ate sushi, and then my current boyfriend told me that I would like it. And I didn't believe him, but he was right. I tried it and I loved it. And I missed out on all those years where I could have eaten sushi and I would have been so happy. So now I have to try and make up for it, Make up for years of missing out on sushi. It's quite interesting how much your taste changes over the years, from being a kid and you like certain things then, but you're like just repulsed by other foods, and when you get older you love those. Like, I hated coffee as a kid. I thought it was so bitter and just had the weirdest taste, and now that I'm older I love coffee. It's just crazy how much a taste can change. Kind of makes me wonder whether or not, you know, is the raw pure taste what you have as a kid, and we just sort of you know, get used to certain flavors, or how does it work, you know? Is there an objectively good taste, or is it just us? Like, do we have our own personalities and our own tastes from childhood, or how does it work? That would be real bad for you. Imagine at your age, if you suddenly found sushi, how could you make up for all those years of loss? Yeah, exactly, Sketch. That would be devastating. Well, luckily you have tried it, right? It was an audio, you were an audio or visual producer, but with this whole lockdown stuff, you became a distiller. Now you make booze for a living, and you love that money gives you the freedom to work in video game and VR stuff. That is amazing, old Sancho. That is amazing. I am so happy for you. What kind of video games do you work on? One food you'll never like is a cow tribe. What is cow tribe? You hated booze and coffee, now you love both. Really? Ever since like starting to make some, you've liked it? You ask coffee drinkers if life without caffeine is worth living. They always say no. I would agree. I think life without caffeine is just misery. Where ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise. You better not try sushi. Oh, you've never tried it? Oh no, Sketch, you're missing out. You've got to try some. I feel like I just want to go and send you sushi now. How could you not try sushi? No, you're like me. You're ignorant and silly and stupid like I was. You really need to try it. You'll love it, I promise you. Cow tripe is the lining of a cow's stomach. They used to feed it to you as a kid. Oh no, that is horrible. No, I would not like to eat that at all. That's terrible. No. How could you eat such a thing? Apparently they eat things like that in Scotland and other kinds of countries, so I'm definitely not keen. So no thank you. Story-based games, you prefer narrative rather than games based on mechanics. Yeah, that sounds amazing, old Sancho. Do I like video games? I do, yeah, I totally do. Yeah, I play, most of the time I play horror games, so I really love Dead by Daylight. Also have just lots of different games like Pacify. I love indie games like, you know, Ori and the Blind Forest, Unravel, what's that upside down one? Sorry, not Inside. Limbo. I love Limbo. There's also let me try and think. Gris is another beautiful watercolor style you know, video game. It's like a platformer, and it's also a story-based one, so another beautiful one. I also play a lot of Fallout 76, and I play Wolfenstein Enemy Territory. So if I had to pick one favourite game, it would have to be Wolfenstein Enemy Territory, because I kind of grew up playing that game, and I think it's one of the best competitive shooters that was ever designed, and till this day I don't think there's a better game. Quite frankly, it is amazing. You know, they have all kinds of tournaments and things in Europe that they play that with, so Pretty cool, pretty cool. I'm trying to figure out where I'm gonna add the leaves. Please do not fall off. You would like an old bachelor who's suddenly discovered women might make for depression, thinking of the years of wasted life. Better not learn such things too late. Oh no. Well, I think not missing out on sushi is worse. You eat very simply, it makes for a good and healthy appetite. Well, that's good. That's good. It's great that you're healthy. I need to try and put these vines in. Apparently they have poison ivy in the States, and I've never really looked into something like that, but that's pretty crazy. Must be awful walking into something like that and then just being like, oh no, everything feels all terrible now. You love this video game genre called walking simulators. Do I know about those? No, I've never seen those. What are they? You are walking simulation of normal. What do you mean? If you were to make a video game, it would be a kick the can simulator or a hamster in a hamster wheel simulator. I would play the hamster one, totally. I would just love to be a little hamster, eating food all day, running on my little wheel. Yeah, I'd love that. You've worked with art directors, designers, photographers, and producers. That is awesome, Sketch. What a great experience you've got. What are we talking about? Well, we're kind of in the middle of a bunch of conversations, Rin. So we're partly talking about video games and, yeah, just different simulations. So, and then partly we're talking about food. So you take your pick. Sometimes normal could be more frightful than fiction. Exactly. Yeah, definitely. I think reality can be quite scary. So, no, I'd rather take my chances at fantasy. That's for sure. Reality is weird. Someone you know became a New York Yankees baseball meme. Just found out yesterday. Well, fancy that. Their life could be changing a lot because of that. You'd be too embarrassed to be a meme. Really? Why's that? Don't like all the attention? He was on TV and everything. Well, that's awesome for him. I hope he enjoys that experience and hopefully he doesn't get bullied out of it. I know that could possibly happen depending on the meme, but if he has a good, strong personality and he sees it for the humor, you know, a lot of gamers and YouTubers would love to become a meme, you know? As long as you see it for what it is and you don't let it get to you, then that's good. And the Yankees sell shirts about his meme. What is his meme, Compile? Please do share. Too much attention? Yeah, I can imagine. You like Firewatch, Edith Finch Diary, Everybody Went to the Rapture, Stanley's Parable, and The Suicide of Rachel Forrest. I need to copy this list because I am going to go through that after the stream and see if I like some of those. Thank you so much for those suggestions. That is awesome. You gotta leave now. You really like the stream and you'll definitely come back again. Well, I'm so glad you'll come back. It was awesome having you here, 40. Please do. Yeah, I definitely will, Old Sancho. I definitely will. I'm sure I'll like some of those. They sound very interesting. I have heard of Stanley's Parable, but the rest of them are just very unfamiliar. I've never heard those words before. That's all completely outside your radar. You've got to look into games, Sketch. He's the thumbs down guy. You don't follow baseball, so you just found out about it. Let me see what the thumbs down guy looks like. So is this him? Let me know if this is him. Imagine becoming a meme, just being part of an audience like that. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. Apparently this is thumbs down guy. That is him? Well, that's awesome. Oh, I'm so happy for him. Humpty's soul is leaking out. Oh no. We'll have to put it back, won't we? Have to put poor Humpty's soul back. Actually, it's called What Remains of Edith Finch. No worries, I will check that out. What Remains of Edith Finch. image. Sounds gory. Sounds gory. I might like it. Oh, it's like a... Is it kind of... Does it have horror in it? It's like an exploratory game where you delve into her past from the looks of it. That's interesting. Have I played Layers of Fear? No, I haven't, but I've looked into that game and it looks pretty cool. My sister wants it really bad, and well, I've looked into it, but haven't had it come on sale, and I don't know. I just don't have a lot of time to play so many games, so... It's not horror? Okay, okay. Sunny side up and eat his courage. Or make fried eggs. Oh no. Oh no, poor Humpty. You're giving him even worse nightmares now. Poor Humpty. You had one of those Humpties in the last dozen you bought. It was glued to the egg carton by a soul leak. Then disaster. You poured his soul directly into your non-stick fry pan. Oh no, did you still eat it? I don't think that's such a great idea, Sketch. You know, it's not properly preserved anymore. Hey, at least you lived. So there's that. So I suppose it's okay, you know? Nothing to worry about. Have I ever played Don't Starve? I have not. Apparently everybody says I like it, so I suppose I need to check it out at some point, right? Layers of Fear is a game from a small Polish game studio. Great games they make. You had the chance to meet one of the producers. Lucky you, lucky you. Fancy that. Wow, I'm so glad you got that opportunity. What did you guys talk about when you did chat to them? Hello, stupid t-shirt. Welcome. Thank you so much for stopping by. Feel free to introduce yourself if you like. Like layers because they play with space a lot. It's really like you're losing your mind. The VR version is so cool also. Now that is a game that I think would work really well on VR, for sure. You were thinking of gifting me Don't Starve Together since it's on my wish list. When I get it as a gift, I also receive a second copy to give to someone. Oh, do you now? That is awesome. That would be amazing. Wow, I didn't know that. Well, how sweet of you to think of me, Ren. You really don't have to. You really don't have to. But yeah, I have been wanting to play Don't Starve, and apparently a couple of you guys have it, and so we've been talking about organising a gaming night. So yeah, if I do, then that will probably be a good one to get, right? We could try and all organise a night to play that together. Well, he is Polish, so he likes to drink a lot. So we talk about drunk people stuff, but he did invite you to Poland. Well, that makes sense. Hopefully next time, if you do get it next time, you can talk about the game some more and actually, like, you know, figure out what his ideas were and everything. You didn't feel bad eating Humpty. You know some people think humans are related to chickens, but you didn't feel remorse or guilt. Well, I'm very happy for you that you didn't feel bad eating him. I was more meaning about if the egg was already open in the carton, it probably isn't a good idea to keep eating it because it wasn't preserved. But you know, if you're fine, then I suppose that's alright. You know, everything turned out okay, so. At least now I have a couple more leaves added to those vines. We can make them look just a little more realistic. I remind you of Lily Collins. Everybody says that, yeah. I guess I do resemble her in a way. I do love her. I want to see more of her movies. I've not seen enough. And she's an amazing person in real life, so. There's this thing called reverse engineer. It's like you analyze something and then try to figure out how they made it. You like that? That does sound cool, yeah. You loved her in Mank. What is Mank? What is that movie about? Guess we can add a couple more leaves to this side as well. I could probably be her stunt double. I don't know. I don't think the resemblance is that well, but there's definitely some resemblance. I might be her doppelganger. Maybe. Wouldn't mind. She is pretty awesome, so. Eyebrows, definitely. Yeah, I think that's probably why. I talk very clean. Sometimes it's hard to understand Aussies. Yeah, I think that is also why some people do think that sometimes I'm a little bit British, even though I've never lived in England. And yeah, I think just because I talk really slow, I suppose. Slow and a little bit clearer, I guess. And it helps people who aren't Australian understand a little better. And you know, we have a lot of international people here as well, so kind of like everybody being able to understand. Do I speak slowly and clearly in my normal life or mostly just on my stream? I think I do speak faster in normal life in general. Depending on the moment, I think. You know, if you're talking to someone you're very familiar with and you have a really interesting conversation, then I guess I do speed up. But I guess I'm just more relaxed when I'm streaming as well, naturally, so that helps. But I think at first when I started streaming, I was also noticing how, you know, things were seeming very run on, and I realized, you know, you need to be clear because you are talking to people who are international as well. And because I like to share my videos to YouTube, I do want them to be a little bit more understandable, I guess. It's about Herman Mankiewicz writing Citizen Kane. Collins plays Rita Alexander, his secretary or personal assistant, and the character Susan Alexander Kane in Citizen Kane was named partially in honor of her. So what is it called again? Mank. Because I haven't seen that. I haven't even seen it advertised, so that seems like a cool movie. Is this thing black and white? Looks black and white. Hang on. What year was this made in? Ah, so it was a 2021. I think there was like an earlier one of that as well. So that's probably the Actually no, this one looks grey. Is it all in grayscale? The way I speak definitely adds to the calm vibe of the stream. Well, that's great. That's great, Rin. Yeah, I don't really need to focus on it a lot anymore. I think it was just more trying to relax more at the start, you know, realizing that, you know, you want to be understandable when you're streaming, and part of it was just, yeah, doing art. Doing art relaxes me, and so I guess I just naturally talk slower then, so that helps. You often wonder about copyright when fallible mortals mess with stuff of life. Why? What do you mean? Copyright when fallible mortals mess with stuff of life. What does that mean, Sketch? Because everybody talks too weird and faster when you are with people of your own country. Exactly, you're totally right, Old Sancho. If you're surrounded by people who you know automatically understand you, you don't really need to focus on it as much and you just stop caring. And I think you naturally bounce into this place where you know, you talk a lot quicker and you don't think as much, I guess. It was black and white? Oh really? The 2020 version? Hello, Dr. Chronic, how are you doing? The name of the movie again? I think it was Mank. It's up for 6 Golden Globes. Are you serious? You speak fluent Australian? Well, I'm glad to have a fellow Australian here, Mukau. Mukau? How do I say your name? It's a David Fincher movie. I don't know too many David Fincher movies. If you like old 40s fast-talking humour of classic Hollywood movies, it was made in that spirit. Okay. You loved his The Social Network. I don't know if I like that movie. It made me think of Apple, which is strange. I don't know, it was a really depressing movie. Just really, really depressing. Maybe because it's kind of true, you know. Maybe that's why it's so depressing. You can see that though? Yeah, yeah, because that's the one where they use the social networks everywhere, and then the government or the social network themselves started collaborating with the government, I think. I'm pretty sure, wasn't it? To start spying on people? Didn't that have Emma Watson in it? Sometimes movies can be too real, a glimpse into human nature. Exactly, yeah. And that gets scary. That gets so scary. Social media can be depressing. Indeed, yeah. I think ever since phones and technology came into play, our entire societal structure has changed and the way we socialize has changed. So yeah, I think it's eye-opening, and I think we need to be extremely careful how we treat it, because you are seeing a lot more depression, you are seeing a lot more a lot less focus on intense connected relationships. People don't socialize in the same ways with their friends anymore and everything like that. So yeah, it's big changes that are happening. You liked Sven, Seven, and Gone Girl. I liked Gone Girl too. I thought it was such an incredible movie, and it kept you guessing all the way. It was great. You know what's another one I really liked as well, all Century, is Identity. Identity was so good. You put a fake birthday on your Facebook, and now people you don't know and who never talk to you are wishing you happy birthday. Exactly, Compile. I've got a couple of friends who did that too, and I mean, it's a great way to know who are your true friends, who really know you and who don't, you know? The nature of Facebook is summed up in one early quote by its founder, which you bet he regrets now. What is that? Oh, it's a different movie? Okay. So it's not the one with Emma Watson. Well, that one was very depressing. It was a little bit outrageous, but also just depressing. I mean, it was a good movie, but I didn't like how I felt after watching it, so don't think I'd want to watch it again. The one you mean has Jesse Eisenberg as Mark Zuckerberg, who created Facebook. Okay. You have been clean of Facebook for about 4 years. Well, that's awesome, old Sancho. I'm so happy for you. Realistically, I don't use Facebook a whole lot anymore at all. The only reason I really use it is to share my art. And that's the only reason I will ever be on it. I don't actually even post directly to it. I get Zapier to post to it for me. And I only really go and check comments that you guys write to me on there. And that's all. I don't like being on there for other reasons. So I only need to interact to it through the business page, and that's all. That and silly memes and photos. What is that? Silly memes and photos. Oh, you mean like watching? Yeah, that's a good reason. But you can get that on Reddit and Twitter, so I don't feel like it's a big loss. And then you have to go through everybody's feeds, and it's just like, I don't know. What you share on Facebook, oh, that's what you share on Facebook, but you agree. Well, that's great. At least you are sharing quality content with the world, Jason. Quality, useful content that everybody needs to see. Everybody needs memes. You know what I share? I share cute animal photos, and that's all. If you're ever gonna see a post from me, it's gonna either be cute animal photo or it's gonna be an art photo. And that's all I do on there. It's all I ever do. Everybody else goes on there, shares their relationship photos, shares their kid photos, friendship photos, travel photos, everything else. I go on there and I share animal pictures. And I feel like the internet needs that. I feel like I give a good service to humanity. We all need more smiles. We do, yeah. And I feel like Facebook in particular can be so depressing. So depressing. You read that his fellow students quoted him as saying something like, they gave you all their personal information, the dumb slang term letter with the letter F. Who gave all their personal information? Whose fellow students? That's not good. That is not good. It has to open a new Facebook, or you have to open a new Facebook account because you bought those Oculus VR goggles and they make you open an account. Are you serious? You hate Facebook. Yeah, that is crazy. You are so sleepy. You want to be here more, but you are almost asleep. Oh, Jason, I'm so sorry. I do need to try and do an evening stream for some of you guys, but that is totally fine. If you need sleep, you really should go. Take care of your health. Take care of your health first. Zuckerberg bragged about getting personal information. What a jerk. Really? You for real? That is insane. Why would he brag about that? No, I'm glad they took the guy to court. I mean... But you know, not only that, another eye-opening thing to me was how much control social media had over the US election. And not in great ways. They could sway it every kind of direction they wanted to, and that's all that people saw. You know, that's a large portion of the internet. I mean, Facebook owns Instagram, Facebook owns obviously Facebook, and I mean then YouTube is Google that owns the other half of the internet. If those two big global companies decide they want one or the other politician to win, they can sway what, you know, public opinion seems to be like. And I think that is way too much power that are placed in the hands of large companies. You know, the people should have that power, and you know, very you know, maybe the news could, but in an objective way. I just feel like that is insane, and it makes everything feel so untrustworthy. Luckily in Australia, you know, Facebook doesn't care which of our politicians wins, so we kind of just get whatever gets upvoted the most by people. They don't really control who should win or who we see. Whereas in the States, you guys have to deal with them being very invested in your politics, and I don't think that that's a great idea. That's why you said, you bet he regrets that quote now. Maybe he does, yeah. You mean darn you for not moving to Australia to be in a different time zone? Oh, I see. He now funds biotech from the Facebook profits. I didn't know. Social media is like a shrine people build to adore themselves. That's true, yeah, it is. It's like their ego temple, so to speak. And so, you know, it's very unhealthy because you only ever see the best of what they have to offer. It's all fake. You know, it's very similar to, very recently I shared a picture of my studio on Instagram, and someone came and commented and said how difficult it is for them to keep their space, their art space, that clean. And I felt really terrible because, you know, obviously I'm not going to share a picture of my studio looking all messy and horrible, because no one wants to look at a messy, horrible studio with lots of mugs of coffee lying everywhere and paint lying everywhere, papers shredded. No one wants to see that. You know, everybody wants to see a nice looking studio. But I felt really bad because my studio does not always look good. My studio is not always tidy and clean and everything. And that's just another example of, you know, what happens on social media. You know, we look at something another does or has, and we go and think, wow, look how organized this person is, or how everything looks. But it's not true. You know, that is what they portray on their social platform. But it is not how they live, you know? It's not what their lives are like. Google just brought Fitbit and sucked up all that bio information about times, dates, heart rates, etc. Oh, I guess they wanted the data, huh? Australia, Germany, and USA are the only ones who care about the power of social media. Really? So the US does care? I'm glad to hear that, though. I'm glad to hear that. You remember being depressed by everyone's happy photos on MySpace, but then you realize that's actually a very small percentage of their life they're showing off. Exactly. That's so true, Compile. And, you know, then oftentimes you look at others on social platforms and, you know, you see people in a relationship, you see people having a kid, or all those, getting married, all those kind of things. And you see their lives and you think, oh, what am I doing wrong? You know, why am I so far behind? Why am I not doing that? I must not be happy. But what you don't understand is every aspect of life, you know, all the good things all come with bad things as well. You know, being married requires you to, you know, you have to give up some freedom for the other person. You have to compromise to be happy with them. And, you know, you do get a lot of benefits out of that. But there are different benefits to being single. When you have a kid, you need to take care of the kid. And while that child brings you a lot of happiness, it's a big lifestyle change, you know? So looking at those people and sort of comparing your life with theirs and thinking that they have better lives because they've got all these good things and they've got all these things figured out may not be true. They may be looking at you going, why did I get married? Why did I have a kid? You know, why did I do this? I could be free like this person, or I could have all that time to myself. And yeah, so you only see the happy sides of their lives and not the sad ones. Before that, you were on Friendster. I don't remember Friendster, no. Maybe that was before my time. Napster? I don't know Napster either. You don't want to talk about politics, but USA is taking a weird twist. Oh, okay. I don't know what you're talking about, but I guess that's a good thing? Who knows? Hopefully it's a good thing. The latest US election did seem like it was crazy, so... You only joined Facebook to keep in touch with all your kids. It was supposed to be confidential to friends only. but apparently not in the founder's mind. And in the small print, yeah, exactly, you can't really do that. You can't. You've got to have, if you want to do that, you have to sign up with an anonymous name and keep your profile picture just something different. Put someone else's photo on there so it derails people. That is probably the best way. This Twitch will probably end up the same way if human nature has its way. I hope not. I feel like Twitch is still one of the very authentic social platforms out there, and I really, really hope things don't change. Really do. Hopefully we can all just stay the way that we are and just enjoy Twitch. Don't make it some kind of money-making thing like Instagram became, and don't make it just about ads. I mean, we do have ads on here, but at least it's not like, you know, like Instagram where it's just, that's the whole point of it. Well, I cannot believe it, but I finished all the bricks today. I am so happy I did. So happy. Poor Humpty. Aw, he's gonna be alright, Goose. He's gonna be alright, don't worry. I have a nice, refreshing nature. It's refreshing. Aw, thanks, Sketch. Thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely... You know, it's funny because of Instagram, sorry, because of my art, I am actually on social platforms a lot. And some of my family, well, my relatives have this idea that I must love social media because, well, I'm posting so often and I'm on social media so much. But I actually despise it. I don't like social media at all, and Twitch is probably the only platform that I do like, because, you know, it's more genuine, more real, more interactive, and I don't know, just think that that's a lot better. You think the same, you have seen the Aussies kind of like Trump. You like that guy and you are Colombian and of politics. You like that guy and you are Colombian. Oh, you liked Trump? I don't know too much about the whole situation to be like, to have an opinion. I don't feel like, you know, unless you live in the States, I just don't feel like I'm informed enough to be able to draw an opinion on that. I also don't even watch politics. I mean, I never even watch Australian politics, and I hate the fact that we're forced to vote. So, yeah. But hey, in Australia it doesn't really matter as much. You kind of don't vote for the person, you kind of just vote for the party. It's a little bit different over here. So, not the same thing. You hate social media, but most of your friends are in other countries, so it's the easiest way to keep up with them. That is so true, Ren. Yeah, and I mean, that is the good side about social media, that, you know, we do need to keep in mind. It does help break the distance, it does help us keep in touch with each other, but it's very difficult. It's a difficult thing, you know, you can't go and say, let's take away all social media because it's affecting human mental health, because at the same time you are then going to take away connection with loved ones. So, and then you can go and think about the fact that, well, if you just ignore all the bad influences of it, it'll be okay. But that is easier said than done, you know. They do filter in, they do affect everybody. You voted for yourself and Jennifer Lawrence in this last election. Well, good for you, Goose. Good for you. if I was elected, I would probably just give a lot more help to animals around the world, saving more animals. I feel like we do way too much damage to nature and animals, so need to do a little bit to give back. Politics are, yeah, they definitely are old century, that's true. Politics like sausages, and once you know how they are made, you won't like them anymore. That's true, yeah, you will know that they're full of garbage. You really only use Twitter to retweet art and see what some of your friends are saying. You use Instagram to watch stories, and you use Discord to talk to people. Well, that's really good, Rin. Yeah, and I think that's a very healthy way. I mean, Twitter doesn't have as much of all the bad influences, I think, that Instagram and Facebook does. And yeah, predominantly, I don't even use my personal Instagram anymore. I mostly only go on my art Instagram, and I also have a pet Instagram through Zazu's account. So I switch between those two, and I feel like if I am sad, then I often go to the pet Instagram account because I'm less likely to see anything that's, you know, disheartening or something, so much better option, much better option. As you get older, it seems the world is run by kids, too much emotion and not a lot of calm reason. That's so true, Sketch. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, it makes you wonder, you know, where are people's heads at? But I think people also went a lot crazier last year because of being so cooped up. Yeah. The first country in history to make animal protection policies was Nazi Germany. Did you full censorship? No, I actually allowed that because that's totally fine. But yeah, that is crazy. I didn't know that. Very strange considering how they treated people. For them to set up animal protection policies, yeah, that's crazy. Maybe they should have looked a little bit into, you know, how they're treating the Jews before just, I don't know, blowing their own horn and being like, we're so good, you know? You only use Instagram like you're visiting an art gallery. You use Facebook to keep up with your family and Twitter to help support, even just morally. The rest of the world, just talk to random people and help them advertise. Well, that's great, and great that you're, helping people on Twitter just to boost them up and things like that. That is so sweet. Honestly, so sweet. It's like the sign of maturity to listen to an idea and think about it without reacting emotionally, then reject it without emotion if it's not sensible. That is so true, Sketch, yeah. And I think we all, or some of us, learn that when we grow up. So, yeah, it's very strange that in so many parts of the world, people don't do that. That's the weird thing about them. Yeah, isn't it? That is so crazy. Just goes to show, just because somebody or some group is doing one good thing, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily good, in every area or other areas. Because, yeah, the way they treated Jews was awful, and yeah, they didn't seem to have a lot of conscience about that, did they? It's crazy. Who knows? Who knows what was going through their heads? I certainly do not. And fascist Italy was one of the first country in the world to allow women to vote. Oh wow, are you serious? That is crazy, isn't it? Some good things can come out of bad situations, right? Now you're actually like really gonna work. You gotta do some serious dishes before you get distracted again. You know what you need, Sketch? You need an iPad or something portable, like a portable laptop, that you can just keep Twitch open and do all kinds of things while you're working. I do that. I often do that. I find that, Twitch streams really help me get through boring tasks like, if I'm needing to clean a room or something like that, I feel like Twitch really helps with that. So I still need to I need to add the little shards of his shell still. I need to figure out where I want to do that. No one is totally good and no one is totally bad. It's like this yin yang stuff. That's a curious topic. I don't know. I feel like there are some people that I would just consider just totally bad. Just because some of the things they do are just that horrific. that no amount of good can ever make up for it ever again. You love watching streams on your iPad while you walk around your house doing chores? That's awesome, Ran. That is so good. Yeah, I love doing that too. Well, that depressing, that depressing. Love it. The drawing. Well, it is going to have a happy ending, Risen. He will be put back together again. This is just a part of the story, and hopefully, hopefully Humpty will be feeling a whole lot better soon, A whole lot better soon. You never asked, but am I going to be colouring or painting the pages or doing it digitally? Well, Ren, I think somebody asked that earlier, and I haven't really decided yet. I really would love to do it in watercolor, but yeah, it's because I'm doing it as an example for future clients. I need to be able to quote how long this takes, and if I do this digitally, it literally halves the time that I need to spend on it. So I can charge a lot less, whereas if I do it traditionally, it is going to double that amount of time. But I can show you. I just increase the brightness on my iPad a little bit. This is what the colored version. Why will that not? There we go. This is what the coloured version is looking like so far. Unfortunately, I don't have a digital version to show you guys on here. But I started playing around with the colours, and they're going to be like really light pinks and things. Really light, gentle pastel colours and things like that. So yeah, eventually I will colour the whole piece, but not right now. Have I read Gustav Jung or Jung, or what is that? I have not. No, what is that about? You know very little about him, not much though. Oh, thanks Rin, I'm glad you like it. Okay, so we were at egg shards. Let me open my examples because I need some good examples of cracked egg shards. kind of don't want to interrupt the gooey egg too much, so I think I'm going to place that somewhere else instead. Don't like that composition. I definitely do need to add some on this side, like a nice large piece. It's a Swiss psychologist, very interesting. You should give him a look. Really? Okay. You are a bit allergic to Freud and the whole concept of psychoanalysis. I have no idea what that means exactly, but do know a little bit about what Freud stands for. You think Freud and Jung and others were nutcases? Who knows? Who knows? They had some crazy ideas, right? They sure did. But hey, people before their times had even crazier ideas, like the fact that all people with mental illnesses were just like essentially infected by evil spirits instead of actually being just sick, you know? So I feel like studies in that department have definitely helped our understanding in a good way. At least some of it has, but I feel like too much of it is not a good thing. You're also allergic to that guy? People are very complex. Each human being is different. We all have different backgrounds, experiences, hopes, and dreams. That is true, Sketch. You have to judge us as individuals. You can't just give us a blanket rule and we're all the same, right? A person's relationship to another person and the nurturing environment of that relationship is more socially than psychologically. But you're the dumbest person on earth. Really? I don't think you are. I would beg to differ, Goose. I would definitely beg to differ. But I think you're spot on there. I think it's about you know, their environment and their past experiences, and you know, it's true, more about sociology than just psychology. I think that's very true. The idea we have a subconscious not subject to our wills is a cop-out. You feel, but you also feel love and understanding is key to helping people. Yeah, I don't think that you can just disregard that and say that people aren't responsible for their actions. I think they very much are. I think that we are all able to overcome our bad habits. That's true. The joke is that enough people tell you they're smarter than you are, so it stands to reason. I don't think so. Those are just jokes. Those are just jokes. Ever read a psychology textbook, they can't even define what sanity is. Well, that's true, yeah. But then, can artists define what art is? I don't think so. I mean, how many books start with the topic, what is art? And it's not very clear, you know? Do I believe in possessions? I do believe in having things, yeah. I think that's what you were asking. definitely. Yeah, no, I think there's nothing wrong with having things of your own and like, you know, material things. I think there's definitely a healthy level of being attached to objects. As long as you don't place value on them above people, I think that's still always a good thing. You know what art is? Well, there you go. How about you write an essay for us then? Explain to everybody, because apparently no one knows. All those countless art books I open, they all just debate about it, and no one seems to know. How do you explain PTSD without the reflex reactions to triggers that aren't subject to a person's will? Well, that's a good thing, a good topic, definitely. I don't know, that is something that I feel like that physically damages a person's brain in some way, or at least that's my understanding, which is why they behave that way. But I don't know enough about the topic to really be able to say, so... Sanity and insanity is a social construction. Yeah, exactly. I mean, um, there is no normal. There is no person who is perfectly normal. We are all a little insane in some way or another. You don't know, perhaps the reflex reactions for PTSD are more like muscle memory than subconscious then. Well, that's possible, Goose. Yeah, I wouldn't know. Yeah, it's possible that it's yeah, remnants. Like how much muscle memory do we have of when we draw? You know, when we play video games, all those things. Maybe it's something like that. I don't know. Society can't make a construction of sanity because society is obviously not sane. Exactly. Yeah. How could it? It's also not the thing that can set a definition because, well, what puts it above the creatures that it is trying to define, you know? What did you miss of being a kid? What do you mean? All the normalcy, all the clarity, I guess? And what we feel we have no control of, what we do with those emotions, we have control of. Exactly, yeah, definitely. A lot of people who are very victimized do claim that, you know, they have no control over it. But I don't feel like that's true. I think we all do have some level of choice, you know. I mean, you can go to a psychologist and with a certain problem and ask them to help you. But if you are not willing to put in the work to change, they can't. It has to come from you. You have to put something in to be able to change. You can't change out of will. There are so many good people, good methods, and good ways to help people deal with emotions. That's true, yeah, and I feel like a gentle approach is quite often the best because then you're not going to trigger any past hurt or any past reactions. So it's very true, yeah. Humpty sat on a wall, but you got hungry, and he had a great fall. Insert air quotes. Yeah. Well, hopefully Humpty will feel a little better soon. we will move on to some more spreads where he is still broken. So he's going to be broken quite a while, but you know, he will be alright. Our tap outside has this intense creaking sound. After it's been on for a while, it makes this weird sound, and my dad uses it as a timer to know when to switch it off. It's so strange. You can currently hear it in the background. Your mom sent you to a mental health professional, but you totally debunked all his theories. Oh, really? Well, there you go. Not to brag or anything. Well, I don't feel like sending someone there is helpful. I feel like you either want to be helped or you're better off helping yourself. Your sister actually made a YouTube series about that, about it that you could link. About what exactly? Oh, you read a great series of books on boundaries, which teach people to manage their headspace. Oh, and your sister made a YouTube series about that. You were so broken and a psychiatrist helped you by not enough. You help self through what? Esoteric? I am so confused, Old Sancho. I am so confused. The old thing that you know about boundaries is that you don't have the right to any. What do you mean you don't have the right to any? I'm sure you have the right to some boundaries. It's good to have boundaries. Boundaries for yourself, boundaries, you know, for others. Definitely think that's a very healthy approach. Everyone is allowed personal boundaries, once for yourself, once for how others are allowed to interact with you. Very healthy. Exactly, Rin. I totally agree. I think it's very important to have boundaries for yourself and for others. I think, yeah, it's definitely very good. Boundaries are important. I think we have too many choices in life, and that's why we go a bit nuts sometimes. why am I confused? Do you think your English is good enough? What do I understand about esoteric? Nothing. I guess that's what confused me. Yeah, the whole sentence was confusing. Not because of your English, just because I guess I'm not grasping something. You have to be your own therapist. No one can know you as well as you know yourself. A professional can only introduce you to a few basic things, if they're any good, which is questionable. That's true, Compile, yeah. At the end of the day, understanding yourself better is the most important part of it. But there are times when you get really stuck in your own head, and it can be helpful to have, well, preferably the ideal scenario is if you can have someone close to you who knows you very well help you out of that. But not everybody, not everybody has that, the comfort of that. So yeah, you do what you can. Well, luckily my little shards are slowly coming together. So now we just have to do the grass and then we are done with this one. We are done. No, I have not, Old Sancho. Never heard of that. Hello, Arissa. Will I be streaming for a while longer? Yes, I will. I need to finish the grass, so I want to try and see how far I can get on the grass. Hopefully we can make some good progress because I want to finish this one today, and the grass is going to be probably elude me to how long it's going to take, but we shall see. We shall see. I'll do my best. How have you been, Arissa? How is it going? Hope you are well. You believe in me? I can finish it today? I hope so. I hope so. Because I'm excited. Because if I finish this today, tomorrow I get to start the other half. Or I can do a watercolor painting, which would probably be more exciting. But either way, we'll see. We'll see. Enjoying how good Humpty is coming along? Thank you, yeah. I'm so far so happy. I feel like every spread I do is getting better. So I'm gonna have a bit of a problem when I go back to the first spreads and put them against the last spreads that I did. I don't know if they're gonna look like the same thing, but hopefully we will have some level of consistency going, which would be good. I think Arissa's gone back into lurk mode for some reason. Listen calmly, think, react without excess emotion, behave rationally, not hate the person that is hurting. That is such good advice, Sketch. Totally true. That is how you can help pretty much anyone. And yeah, how you can make the situation better for yourself too. It'll look like a progression, which is good. what'll look like a progression. You're lurking while modding. No worries, Arissa, that's totally fine. I think Dr. Chronic just said hello. But I'm so glad that you're here. You are definitely a very active mod at a couple of different streams, so you mod at Becca's, you mod at Charles's. You must have your work cut out for you. I think in general we tend to overcomplicate a lot of these things, you know. At the end of the day, all that people need is more love to each other and a patient approach, you know. We're just all hurting in our own ways, and we just all need to be more gentle about it. Not lash out, not hold on to grudges, and just try to understand the other person. Not overthink things. That's very true. I liked Sketch's advice. When I put the pages together, oh yeah, exactly. You know what, Goose? One of my teachers actually told me that I should never start at page 1 and then go through and illustrate the whole book. I should start somewhere in the middle, then do a page at the start, then do a page at the end, and vice versa, and go like that. Otherwise, you're going to see how you've improved way too drastically. So I tried to listen to that piece of advice, which is why I'm sort of bouncing across different pages, not going through it chronologically. Hopefully, I will be rewarded for having done it that way at the end, for listening to my teacher. So love and forgiveness and caring don't always mean you have to condone bad things. Yeah, exactly, that is true, Sketch. Yeah, it doesn't mean you have to. Arbitrariness is key in art and life. Yeah, I mean, that is so true. If I keep them random, hopefully they'll, you know, hopefully they will stay connected. Sometimes people need to be able to communicate with each other, be slow to anger, and always seek to be kind and caring. It's about what sort of person you want to be. Exactly. It's all a choice. It's all a choice. You can decide. You write screenplays that way. You'll write a scene somewhere in the middle and then build around it, rather than write it from the beginning to the end. That's interesting. I didn't know that you did that in screenplays as well, Rin. Wow. It is good advice, yeah, and I'm so glad that he told me about that, because I do think it's going to pay off in such a large project. Is it just because the quality of your writing also improves, Rin? I feel like my earpods have just stopped working. Now I can't hear the music anymore. It's awful. I hate working in silence. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Sketch. Interesting. And you call yourself untechy. Hello, Gaurav. How are you doing? Hope you're well. All these tiny little details are really, really helping. Oh, the music just came back. Fancy that. Glad it came back because I didn't like the idea of working in more silence, that's for sure. There's a lot of plants like that one. What kind of plants? You know what I'm a big fan of? Is collecting carnivorous plants. And I really want to get into that. I don't have a lot. I've somehow managed to kill my flytrap over and over, and I don't know why. I think it needs a lot more sun than I can give it, but yeah, I really want to start collecting those. What do they call them? The pipe ones that sort of catch flies and things. Those are really cool. I want one of those. Is this really what it's like to be dead? Yes, Sketch, this is what it's like. You are now undead, so tread carefully, everyone, because Sketch is now a zombie. I barely ever catch you streaming, Sketch. I barely ever catch you. I always try and make your streams, but you don't seem to have much of a schedule, and that makes it hard to try and... Because I literally like block in people's streaming schedules in my calendar so that I can be there because I enjoy it, and it's really difficult when some of you guys don't have any schedules, you know, to try and be there. You should teach you, please be your Jedi Master, for there is no way to go as deep as the pharmacology. And you think that in Australia those plants will grow well. They should, yeah. I think, I don't think they have an issue growing here. Oh, I think they're called the carnivorous pitcher plants. Yeah. So they're really expensive. I looked into a couple of those, but they're so expensive. So I couldn't afford getting one, but you know, it's alright. Eventually I'll save up for one. If I can keep it alive, I can sort of, I guess I can then justify the idea that they're so pricey, but if I just kill it and it's like a $50 plant, then that's a bit much. Nothing is real, this is just a dream. A very real one, but just a dream. Well, you can't really know anything is real except your own experience, so we do say that. Things are illusions, that's the essence of spirituality. What exactly does that mean? You recently made a list of plants that don't require a lot of sunlight, so you can cover your new house in plants. It rains a lot here, so Plants that need sun are very hard to keep healthy. That is interesting, Rin, now that you mention it. If you have a look, can you see the lights behind me? So this light over here, that is actually a light for my plants to give them natural sunlight. So they don't need real sunlight when they have that. And so far I've managed to keep so many plants alive like that, and they do just fine. But sometimes you have to sort of experiment. Is it too much sunlight for them? Is it too little? But I have a couple of those set up in the house. You don't have to have pink ones. If you want to have them white, you can have white ones. This one wasn't expensive. This one was pretty cheap. You do get more expensive ones. Generally, if you want ones that aren't pink and you want just natural light colors, they do tend to be more pricey. I'll see. I'll send. Are you on my Discord? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you are, because you sent the image the other day. Your artwork. You posted your house. I can DM you on Discord a couple of my favorites, and yeah, then you can check those out. Yeah. One of my favorites is quite expensive. I think it's like $80, but I haven't purchased it. It's just one that I'm eyeing because it looks so good. You wouldn't know. It's like a normal light, but it gives sunlight to your plants. But I live in Australia. Isn't Australia so sunny all the time? It is, Sancho, but because of how this room is, in that corner, the plants don't get enough light. So if I want the plants to survive in that specific corner, I do need to give them some artificial lighting. So there's that. But they do just fine. They're perfect like that. I've kept when I actually kept my fly trap, it did the best under artificial lighting, because I think the biggest reason I killed so many fly traps is because they need a lot of sun. And the best way I was able to give them that is with the pink light. So the pink light is also pretty, so it's nice for the background. Yeah, exactly. I think I can make it blue, red, and pink. And so the three colors the two colors it needs, I think, is red light and blue light. And so when you mix the two together, it gives you this pink light. So you can choose if you only want to give your plant blue light or green light for whatever reason. I don't know. You can do that, but you can also give them both at once. It's pretty interesting. You should look into it. So yeah, there's a lot of Kickstarter things like that as well. If you want to look on Kickstarter, they have amazing plant lights on there. You have some money here in Colombia, but you were not happy until you learned to shape your reality. Oh, you have some money here. What does that mean? You were not happy until you learned to shape your reality. Oh, you mean money didn't give you happiness? You'll definitely look into it when you move. Yeah, definitely do, Rin, definitely do. But yeah, one of the ones I like most is just a very, it's a tall, long one, and it just looks like a very nice minimalist light, and you can just set it up in a corner. I think it's about this high, maybe a little bit higher, and yeah, it lights up the room and it gives your plants light, so they should be totally fine on that. But do you ever get the feeling that there must be more to life than happiness? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. I definitely do think there's more to life than just being happy. I don't think that life is about ourselves and just about our feelings. That's definitely not the point. They have all of that hydroponic stuff on Kickstarter now. Yeah, exactly, Goose. If you just go and search for natural plant light on Kickstarter, you should be able to find a lot of different styles on there. But there's already lots of companies who are selling them and putting them forward, so You know. Meaning you lived well, nice house of playing golf, upper middle class here, but you are not happy. You just in now just middle class but happy. Well, sometimes, money doesn't give you everything. I think you can be a lot happier if you're free and don't have a lot of money than if you do have a lot of money. So it just depends, how do you want to live your life? What are your goals? What do you want to do with your life? Because if you want to be an artist and you have to have a day job where you barely get to make art, you won't have any time to make art and you'll never be happy. And so less money is going to make you actually more happy. Sounds ironic, but, obviously artists still do want money. It's kind of not the point, but essentially the whole idea is, well, what do you want? What do you want out of your life? You got to answer that question for yourself. Because not everybody wants the same thing. As an artist, part of your nature in life is to be happy enough to keep that improvement going. Exactly, yeah. And as long as you can maintain that, you'll be satisfied. You want to just improve your craft, and that is your main goal. So, yeah. And then money is not really going to help you reach that goal. So it's a silly idea to think, why would money make you happy? I mean, yeah, sure, it can buy you nice paint, it can buy you nice art materials and things, but what can you do if you've got no time to actually use those, I'm really, really excited to get back into collecting interesting and rare plants. I used to have a lot more, but somehow during summer I managed to kill off a couple of my plants. I'm not happy about that. But, always improving, always learning. Exactly, yeah. You have more money than you know what to do with, not because you're rich, but because you don't want much stuff. Well, that's good, Compile, that you don't feel like you are pursuing a lot of materialistic things. That's really good. You think your gin is your art. You have made of that craft your art for so on. Make of that craft your art for so on. For so long? Gorgon, who are we? Where do we come from? Where are we going? Interesting questions. Who is Gorgon? I don't know him. Sounds familiar though. Sounds familiar. So, on meaning like such and such, he's a French painter, you think? Oh, that's why it's familiar. I was trying to think of like a philosopher or someone, and I was like, no, Gauguin seems very familiar because I know I've heard of it, but yeah, it's because I was trying to think of French philosophy. I was trying to think of philosophy, not painting, not art. Going in the wrong direction, aren't I? The most rich you could have in life is time. Yeah, exactly. The more time you have, the better off you are. When you have enough time to make what you please, you are already rich enough. That is so true, old Sancho. That is so true, yeah. You believe that all people have beliefs, but not all beliefs can be reconciled with each other, so they can't all be true. Even atheists have a belief system despite the difficulty with the concept of nothing creating itself. Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, there are so many different things floating around, aren't there? So many. Thank you for the follow, Rav. Really appreciate that. Welcome, and please feel free to share your art if you'd like to. You have plenty of time. You walk around the city like a madman, just observing. Well, I hope you enjoy your time roaming the city like that. I really do. That kind of freedom is definitely amazing. I'm trying to get these grasses looking like they're more in the foreground. It's so hard when you, I don't know, when you get to the corners of the page, everything feels like it sort of frames things, you know? Thank you for the follow, Joe Jack. Really appreciate that. If you missed that, sorry if you missed the question, where am I from? That's alright, I'm from Australia, so Adelaide, Australia to be specific. Whereabouts are you from? You definitely know what I mean. You hate when the corners feel like they're just boxed off. Having the grass in the foreground is very good attention to detail. Yeah, that's how I feel too, and it always gets a little bit, yeah, tricky to make it not feel like frames, but sort of still, yeah, bring the foreground in, because you do need to go a little bit larger, which is helpful. It's all these tricky questions, plus, because I'm trying to emulate, you know, a different style as well, it does get even trickier, because I'm going for that sort of vintage illustration style, and you know, that brings a whole range of other things into the picture as well, which is quite tricky. Thank you for the follow, Volem, however I say your name. Welcome, and please feel free to introduce yourself if you'd like. Hopefully it's looking a little bit more similar to the other page's grass. Other nice thing that I haven't remembered is I can still add in a lot of shadows to make that more convincing. That's really good. Yes, it does, Rin. It does. It's based on. So my original name was just Necker, and it was because my brother couldn't say my real name, and so we actually, I actually ended up making it my art nickname, which was pretty awesome. You know, I didn't ever have to struggle with having a brand name, and I wanted to have a pen name, so that was very fitting. I was very lucky, and because oddly enough, the name Necker is so claimed almost everywhere, so I couldn't get the username, and I had to come up with an ending for it, and the ending, so just the ending, I'll type the rest of the ending in, actually means a kitten. So this bit actually means kitten, and so I kind of like that. And I ended up going with that because of the sound of it and just, yeah, liking it. Oh no. My AirPods just died on me all over again. You just got here and you love my vibe. What am I drawing? I am currently working on my Humpty Dumpty sketch, Joe Jack. I'm so glad that you've joined us. So I'm working on a storybook about Humpty Dumpty. This is the part where he's obviously breaking into two. So I want to have 2 pages. Both halves of Humpty are going to be on a different page, and so when you open the 2 pages like so, you are essentially actively splitting Humpty into 2, and that's kind of what I want to go at. So I've prepared a couple of different thumbnails. You can see how I've sort of chosen different ideas, and in the end I kind of went with this idea, and so left side and right side have both of Humpty's shells, and so yeah, this is the part where he's breaking into 2. I also have this other spread that I worked on a previous stream, where Humpty is seeing Mr. Spider, and he's gotten a huge fright, so he's fallen off the wall. And yeah, that's how Humpty ended up in the situation he's in on the next page. But this one took a long time. We had a lot of bricks to do. I'm going to put the text for the page on the right side over here. So each page I need to consider where the text goes. Luckily, there's not going to be any text on the page where Humpty splits in 2, because you kind of don't need words for that. It's kind of just self-explanatory, so we can just go with that. Some Scandinavian languages have a lot of similarities to Afrikaans, actually. Oh really? Okay. I'm cracking him down. I really am, yeah. Oh, Jojack, thank you so much for this sub. Really appreciate that. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, there's a lot of shared words with Afrikaans and Dutch specifically. Yeah, I think a lot of, that's for sure, yeah. And a lot of, like actually a lot of Germanic languages share so many different words and just grammar and language structure and all those kinds of things. So that is very, very true, yeah. But you're Swedish and can recognize my name and pronounce it based on the spelling. That is very cool, Rin. That is so cool. Do you still speak Swedish, or are you just Swedish based on lineage, or how does that work? Because don't you live in the States, or are you from Europe? I want to try and make these grasses in the corner a little bit darker. You believe in the Force, you feel more like a Jedi or Sith? If I had to choose, I would rather be a Sith, I think. Although if I get to be a Jedi, I'm with Yoda, so that's tempting. But if I'm a Sith, I don't have any rules. I can do whatever I want, right? And be revered for it. How about you guys? Would you rather be a Sith or would you rather be a Jedi? You learned Swedish on your own? Your family doesn't speak it much? Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, congrats on actually, challenging yourself like that and learning it. I think having a second language and learning more languages is an incredibly helpful thing. Like, opens up so many doors to you, also helps you understand your own language a lot better as well. So I think that's incredibly helpful. A Sith, totally. You would be a Sith. Never watched Star Wars. No clue what that is. You are missing out, Gaurav. How can you not have seen Star Wars? You're missing out. You really gotta do it. So it's Swedish, not Norwegian. I think they're different countries entirely, so I think they have their own languages. You know Spanish, Spanish, French, Swedish, and Japanese, and some Korean. Oh my goodness, you have definitely explored the language avenue very extensively. That sounds great, Rin. Did you just do it as a hobby? Because I did that too and I really enjoyed that. Left hand path, always the left hand path. So Sith, not in politics. Trained by Yoda only to be a Sith, maybe. Okay, so you want to be trained by Yoda, but you want to defect and then become a Sith. That sounds good. That sounds like a good idea. But do you want to turn on your master? I don't know. That doesn't sound like such a great idea. You don't have time for movies yet? Well, that makes sense. Yeah. Let alone a franchise. Yeah. You love history, love reading up on where it all came from recently, like in the last 3,000 years. It's a religion to have metachlorians in your blood. No, I don't think it was their religion. I think they were just born with metachlorians in their blood. And so if you had a lot of metachlorians, the Force would be able to really work with you a lot, I think. You'd be stronger. You'd be able to reel it better or something like that. Scandinavian countries and borders are relatively new constructs. Really? There's meaning in having an appendix. Why would I become a Sith? I think, like I just said, I like the idea of being completely free and not having anybody tell me what to do, being able to let my feelings go based on however I want to feel. So, being a Sith seems like a very free thing. I think I'd rather pick to be a Sith. The Jedi have so many rules. You can't even fall in love. You can't even be angry, all these kind of things. And, they're the nicer species, but I don't know. I'd rather just be a Sith and have fun. You've only ever seen that they have differing ideas on what to use the Force for, to be fair. I don't know. I would have thought, hello, Absinthe. How are you doing? Fancy seeing you on. Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I think most of the time the Jedi are trained not to give in to their feelings too much. So, yeah, I think they have more rules. I think they definitely have more rules. The Jedi and Sith have religious disputes about what they are for. They impose meaning and interpretation. In Spain, the Alans, Suebi, Vandals and Goths came and camped there in Spain at odd times, but in those times it was a Roman province. Have I been hurt? What does that mean, old Sancho? Have I been hurt how? I've definitely stubbed my toe a lot of times, so there is that. I do feel pain, I assure you. I'm not entirely an alien. Like, the Swedes and Vikings, histories weren't written down to 1200 or so. It was a rough place to live up there before then. Really? That is interesting. Only part alien. Yeah, well, my dad's an alien, my mum's human, so I'm only part alien. I'm really happy with how the grass on this side has turned out. I would love for the other side to look very similar, if I can. Enough to shift from a Jedi to Sith? I don't know. Good question. You've tried it, but you didn't pick your name because you're a drunk. It's a reference to Art Nouveau and one of your favorite comics. Ooh, that is interesting. I have wondered where your name was from, Absinthe. I really have. That is good to know. We might actually finish the grass today, guys. We might just finish. The rebels blow up your ship. You might defect back to Jedi. Yeah, I mean, that is a good incentive, right? That is true. We all Sith used to be nice guys, but something happened that made us Siths. I see. So, that's interesting. Yeah. Hello, Sonic. How are you doing? Do you want to be a Sith or a Jedi, Sonny, if you had to choose? Oh, they were asking if I was hurt, and that was the reason I turned into a Sith. I don't know. I guess maybe it's more just because I like being free and I don't like following rules. You just love it when the grass comes together. Yeah, it really did help add a lot of detail. I am so happy with it, I must say. I did not expect it to go so well. Just not entirely happy with the grass up here, but we'll try and resolve that a little. Humpty Dumpty looks pretty broken. He does, yeah. He had a bit of a fall. But don't worry, he will be put back together again. Siths can be chaotic good. Exactly, Rin, yeah. And I think that's why I probably would consider myself a Sith if I had the choice. You'll tell me when you were on the internet, the very first time you were in an internet cafe where you paid in 15-minute intervals. You wanted to post something on Smashing Pumpkins' message board and needed a name. The day before, you saw a show by Toulouse-Lautrec and remembered his absinthe advertisements, and so you chose that because you liked the sound of the word. You've used it ever since. Also, it's the name of the villain in Chris Bacallo's Steampunk. That is very interesting, Absinthe. What a spur-of-the-moment name, but how crazy that you stuck with it ever since. And you think that Siths are Wade, say that old boring Jedis? You were told you were too nice a guy as a Jedi. So you became a Sith, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Well, there you go. Guess that turned you. Guess that was the end for you. You used to go to the library back in the day to use the computer lab for 30 minutes at a time. Oh my goodness. That is desperation. That is some crazy desperation, for sure. How old were you guys when you got internet connection for the first time? What age were you? You don't miss the days of 56k modems? Yeah, no. Modem days were not great, right? I don't think any of us miss modem days. You had internet in your house when you were maybe 9, but did you have access yet? Someone picking up the phone when you were almost done with the download. Oh my goodness, yeah. It was dial-up and you couldn't use the phone if someone was online. Oh dear. You missed the time before the internet was open to the public. I don't think I had access to the internet back then. Internet about 11? Okay, and you're 35, so I think I had internet when I was for the first time. So I was allowed on when I was probably around 8 or 9, when my dad let me download Pets 5 maps for my video game, but that was under like supervision and most of the time he was doing it for me. But But we didn't get our own access to the internet until I was 13. You were allowed to use MSN and your email and you played some games, but other than that, you had no reason to use the internet back then. I don't think there was a whole lot to do when it first came out. You never got the point of going online to use AIM instead of just talking to a person. Well, I guess nowadays that's changed, hey. I mean, look at us here on Twitch having conversations. You were first on the internet when you were 8 years old. Your family didn't have internet until you were 12. Oh, really? You missed the Pets games? You're a Pets player, Rin? Oh my goodness! How many pets do you still have? Have you still got them? I have literally got so many maps and so many play scenes and just everything downloaded and breed files and yeah, everything. I still play. I even have a website for my Pets game. So us Aussies have very crappy internet. We do, yeah. It's improved though. It's gotten a little bit better now, but yeah, it's still not the best. It's not great. Over in Europe, you guys have amazing internet. It's crazy. Stuff we only dream of. I think even in the States, you guys have better internet than we do. Because the country is so big and no one wanted to pay for better cabling. Exactly. I think then they did it halfway and then the next party came into election and I think then they stopped halfway and now it's just a mess, so... Namely pollies who didn't see the need. We need it though, we really do. I mean, we're so far behind. Yeah, I'm just glad in my area we have pretty good internet. It's nothing like what they have in the States or in Europe, but it's pretty good for Australia, so. Australia is about the same size as the US, yes, Rin. I think the biggest thing that came into play was the fact that Australia is very desolate, so, you know, you guys have all of your country pretty much populated, whereas we just have the coast populated and the centre is just pretty much a no-go zone. Canada is the same way. You're only populated along the border of the states and everything north is basically unlivable. Exactly, yeah. So, I mean, that makes it, you know, incredibly hard to connect different places, so... Your state got fiber optic in 2006. Nice. You are from Colombia and QE have better connection than You guys. You're going to live in New Zealand, but you chose to stay here. Your country is poor, but cool. Well, New Zealand is a pretty nice place to live, I must say. There are more sheep than people in New Zealand. That's true, yeah. You wouldn't mind living in Latvia along the sea coast. That does sound beautiful. Yeah, that does sound very beautiful. Hello Desi Gaming, how are you doing? Hope you are well. Oh, that's alright. Absence? Don't worry about that. That's totally fine. New Zealand is so cool, but everything is so expensive there. Yeah, that is true, yeah. You're good? You're a bit sleepy? Aw, well, hopefully you are going to wake up for a good day if it's morning over there. We have just about neared the end of this drawing. Luckily, I've actually managed to finish the grass, so didn't expect that. Very, very happy that I did. So I'll be patching them together because I've got edges. I'll be patching together the edges in Photoshop, so you won't be able to see any borders once I'm done with it. It's after midnight for you, but you want to see the end of the drawing. Well, we're essentially there, Bryn, so I'm probably going to find somebody we can raid in a sec anyway, so you are there. You will make it. Trying to show you guys up close what Humpty looks like. So we've got the vines, we've got Humpty's grumpy old face. Hopefully he feels better sometime soon. I've got some eggshells over here in the corner that I've added for him. The gooey egg, his shoe, some more vines. Oh, the one thing I did forget is I did want to add his arm. But I think I'm going to leave that for tomorrow because I really want to plan the arm out. I want to figure out, do I want it to flop or do I want it to be like up in the air, or what do I want it to do? So I'm gonna leave that for tomorrow. For now I'm gonna think, just find somebody we can raid and hopefully we will make some more progress on the second page tomorrow. Either that or I'm gonna do a watercolor and we'll see. Thank you for the follow, Rodrigo. Really appreciate that. In Australia am I from? South Australia, Old Sancho. I live in Adelaide. Let me see who is currently streaming and who we could raid. Well, it looks like Charles is actually streaming. So maybe we can go and give Charles a bit of a raid. He is an amazing artist. He also does traditional art. He does a lot of character designs, concept art, and all kinds of things. So yeah, you guys will be pleasantly surprised by his work, I can guarantee you. But yeah, I just wanted to thank every single one of you today who stopped by. Thank you so much for spending time with me and with each other and chatting and keeping me company with interesting conversations today. Yes, Adelaide. This Humpty page turned out so nice. Thank you, Rin. So let me go and do that quickly. I will raid Charles if I can actually type. You're very welcome, Sketch. Thanks, Rin. And thank you guys. Thank you so much for the subs today. I really, really did appreciate it. Really appreciate all the support you guys give me endlessly. So let us go and share some love for Charles. I'll see you guys same time tomorrow, every day. Bye, guys.